Hi. Hi. Hello, chat. Hello. It's been a while. I think. Has it been a while? Yeah, it's been a while. Holy shit. Hi. Oh my god. What a banger. What a fucking banger. How was off-cam retirement? Oh, well, okay. So I have a lot to like tell you guys about like what happened during my hiatus, during my break. A lot of new things developed, tbh, but I'll reserve that for a separate stream in the future, though. I think the next few months or weeks going forward, I have to slowly build up the algorithm to make sure, or to like try to make it like me again, because I know that whenever like hiatuses like this happen, or like when you take an extended break, the algorithm tends to not really favor you anymore. You know, even if you did have like an occasional video or stream here and there that did kind of pop off. Did you read the entire Google Doc? Yes, I did. I have not. Okay, so for context, right? The Google Doc appeared like 18 hours ago, and I've gone through everything. In fact, I just finished it like 3 hours ago. 3 goddamn hours ago, I just finished it. Because aside from just absorbing all the information, I had to make sure that like I properly, like, I had to try to make it presentable to you guys, if that makes sense, right? I can't just fucking like go ahead and dump all the information and expect you guys to get it without giving you like all the necessary context. Like, that's just how it works. How unemployed does someone have to be to read this whole thing? Me. I'm unemployed. It's for the unemployed and the homeless and the ADHD ridden, whatever the case might be. Yeah. So anyway, you don't have to read it because I made an entire thing that basically summarizes everything. Like, not just bare bones summary, or maybe this is bare bones. It's up to you. How do you want to describe it? But like, you know, I will post this later. After the stream ends. I just wanted to go over it. Some of the parts here I will go through thoroughly, and some of the longer parts I actually will like just summarize. Like, for example, the response, okay, let me rephrase that. Some chapters I will read through, and some of the longer chapters I will just summarize for like, just so this stream doesn't go like beyond 5 hours. Yeah. That's why you didn't sleep? Yeah, I basically didn't. No, 100%. I couldn't sleep. How can I? You know what I mean? What happened to retirement? Oh, I wanted to come back, TBH. I feel like I have a lot of free time now. But yes, at this point, I'll just use Google Gemini. I don't know if... How do I want to say this? I don't know... I don't know if AI is gonna be able to properly summarize it for you, chat. I'm gonna be real. TBH. Not really. Anyway, let's go over it, right? Let's go over it. Your free time, I thought you had a job as an assistant director. Is it working out? Yes and no. We'll talk more about that in the actual stream. Which is gonna happen in like 3 days. Anyway. Anyway, let's start, right? It started from here. It all started here. Let me just Opera GX, work with me, please. Okay, there we go. There we go. It started here. The burden of proof is on the accuser, not the accused. They lied to you. Here's 1,000 pages of proof. Links this shit in the middle of the night, or maybe not necessarily in the middle of the night. That's I think that's 9 p.m. EST, or like 6 p.m. in Western, not Western time, PST, right? And I saw some comments saying that Sinder might have dropped this on the night that the girls that canceled her are on TwitchCon. Is TwitchCon happening now? I have no idea. But apparently that's like the intention. I don't 100% believe it, or maybe if it was, Like Cinder might have done a little poetic justice because the doc dropped on her like literally at midnight, right? So, you know, yeah, insane. Actually insane. This coming weekend. Yeah, exactly. So they literally chat would not have the proper time to address it, and even if they do, they would address it. It's like, how do I want to say this? It's kind of petty in the sense that she might have intentionally done it to actually disturb or like stress their time out during the con, and people that will have questions for them are gonna point blank ask it on the con itself. So it's actually like somewhat of a 200 IQ move, like unironically. Jesus Christ. Whoever said you needed to be mentally ill to be a VTuber? Oh, that is true. But then again, unless you join an agency, you need to be mentally ill to be a VTuber, right? We do have a trend where mentally ill women can be successful VTubers. Sorry, non-mentally ill women can be successful VTubers. Look at Nerissa Ravencroft. Literally, she has a complete fucking family. No VTuber has that. Oh shit, Professor Keen, thank you so much, dude. I knew you would be back. The bird and the horse missed you too. Aww. Even if they deny it. Aww. That's sweet. Hold on, let me just move the thing. Okay, there we go. I miss you guys too, don't worry. But like I said, I do have a lot of work to go through for me to like become relevant again. So that's the plan. I do intend to make a lot of videos. Ah, shit, I can't talk about this now. We have fucking drama to farm. Thank you, Douglas Diaz. Let's fucking go. Bro is back as usual. As fucking usual. Let's go. What happened to your Twitch? Oh, I didn't simulcast this on Twitch because I didn't feel like it. But I will basically simulcast on my streams going forward, like consistently now. Back then I didn't because there weren't enough people to like warrant it, but whatever. Am I late? No, not really. We were just about to go through it. Anyway. Did you change your name on Twitch? Yes, I did. Actually, I did. Yeah. Anyway, let's go through this. First chapter is this one, Overdue Response. Hi everyone, it's been 5 months since everything happened. I have never been good with words, and I'm especially bad at verbalizing my feelings. Always hid my insecurities, and it's hard for me to open up about things, even to the people closest to me. It was nearly 2 a.m. for me on April 26th when Nanoless and Bao posted their documents together after I had finished streaming earlier in the night. Yeah. I was awake for almost 48 hours by the time I posted my apology. Looking back at it, it wasn't good. I was not in the sound state of mind when it was written. I completely sympathize with her with this because I know exactly what this feels like. You unironically cannot sleep. I was blindsided by any of this coming out and the accusations made against me. No one involved tried to contact me privately beforehand. I was unable to blah 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 blah. Okay, whatever. Yeah. You weren't able to properly respond to it because you weren't in the right state of mind. Yeah. Sorry, I'm gonna, like I said, this stream, the intention of this stream is to TLDR it a little bit. So forgive me if I seem like I'm dismissing or like skimming through a lot of the things, right? Yeah. The purpose of this document: to present the full story and facts and evidence around what had happened with complete transparency, defend myself against what's been said about me, and provide mine and Red's perspective and motivations about each situation. It wasn't my choice to make this public, but since it is my side of the story matters too. Okay, so great. To take accountability, dispel rumors and misconceptions and theories, this document contains speculations. Baseless accusations were made against me without evidence, so I've kept speculation labeled as such in this document. Most of it is supported by circumstantial evidence, but it should not be treated as solid fact. I appreciate that. So, to be honest, I like this, right? I like this a lot because, whatchamacallit? I get the impression that she is going full scorched earth. My reputation is ruined. I will probably not recover, but I want to stream. I want to go back. And if I'm not going back to the way I was, I'm taking you all down with me. Like, holy shit, dude. See, chat, that's actually unironically scary. The most dangerous animal in the world is a cornered animal. You do not want to put somebody, especially if that somebody has receipts against you, or you've, like, that has wronged you, or that you have wronged. You do not want to, like, corner them or put them in a position where they are going to go full ham on you. You do not. The VTuber industry is full of that. And it is scarier when somebody who knows a lot decides to just let it out, consequence be damned. Holy shit. God, I missed your rational takes. It really is refreshing hearing you all. Aw, thank you, Greg D. I miss you too, brother. All will be reduced to cinders. Yeah, like the name suggests, right? Yeah. Yeah, no, exactly. Reduced to cinder is such a good fucking thing. People with nothing to lose has no limits, exactly. I have been made out to be a two-faced, narcissist, two-faced, greedy, jealous, and psychopathic narcissist who's maliciously used, stalked, sabotage, and betrayed those closest to me and anyone around me for my own gains for years, manipulating my way to the top like some kind of evil mastermind. You were lied to, that's not how it works, blah 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 blah. Yeah. I believe that there were two people responsible for how things played out, with a third party merely having an axe to grind against someone they never liked. So, she believes, she doesn't have direct proof, she just believes that the people responsible were Nanoless and Shylily. And I guess Silvervale, but yeah, third party. Nanoless lied overwhelmingly about what had happened between her and Red. Shylily lied about me from the start and orchestrated things behind the scenes. Silvervale took the opportunity to lie all about our interactions together, making things worse even for me. They had the most to gain from my cancellation, including their own satisfaction. None of them could take accountability for their own actions and push it all to me instead. The only two people that could have disproved their lies were just made into lying manipulators and wiped off the internet. Oh boy. Oh boy. Full-blown swinging. She doesn't hold back anymore. She unironically doesn't hold back anymore. Aside from a labeled speculation, everything presented in this document is true to the best of mine and Red's knowledge. And Red. Okay. Awesome. So Red's here. To show that I stand by everything written here and I'm sorry for the things I've done, I made a very hard decision. I'm giving up part ownership position of Gamer Subs, so she's actually letting it go. I've worked so hard for them since December of 2022, and earning this position was one of the biggest accomplishments of my life. I feel the need to protect the company I love, the people that work there, and everyone associated over my own interests. GamerSubs suffered a lot of damage when all of the accusations were made, and that fell on my shoulders. This is my responsibility as part owner. Oh, okay, so that's cool. You know, she's like, what's the term there? Like, she's letting them go, giving up her ownership with GamerSubs for her GamerSubs to take collateral damage, and as a way to state that she stands by everything said here, right? Yeah. What does she have to lose? Oh, nothing. Absolutely nothing. She has absolutely nothing to lose. Anyway, blah blah blah. Her banger line over here, her like catchphrase: "The burden of proof is on the accuser and not the accused." I mean, I believe that. Anyway, in each tab in this document is about the people and events related to the claims made against me. You're intended to read each section and in order they're presented. This document should be viewed in desktop and light mode for the formatting to appear correctly. Some information and screenshots appear in multiple sections for whoever it's relevant to. Yes, I did see that. The first few sections being Nanoless, Bao, Vcard, and Numi's contract, and Shylily. Okay, good. It's cool that Nanoless was in here. Okay. Because we live in 2025, I need to say that this document was written without the use of AI. Great. Awesome. Awesome. So, let's go, baby. Let's go. Oh, alpha testing. Hello. Love ya, brother. Good to see us streaming again. Aw, thank you, bro. I appreciate that. I genuinely do. I super appreciate that. Alright. Alright. Redacted. Redacted. Let's hear you sing, baby. Hello. I'm Redacted. I'm Sinder's longtime partner and worked alongside since she started this career. I helped her put this document together to set the record straight. Over the past few months, I've had to come to terms with being the reason why Cinder's image, her relationships, and her career were all ruined. I hurt people who were our friends, I fucked up, she had to answer to the world for it by herself. My actions ruined blah 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 blah. Okay, whatever. Red and I are still together. Ooh. We had a falling out and spent time apart after the documents dropped on April 26th, but he was still here for me when I was ready to talk to him again and were able to work things out between us and forgive each other for what had happened. So, what do you guys think about that? Years ago, I cheated on Red online for my own selfish reasons. Okay, so she admits to the cheating. Okay, but Red already knew, so it's fine, I guess. It's fine, maybe? Yeah. Anyway, you know, they're saying that it isn't toxic or abusive. Blah, 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 blah. Very weird. Stop reading right there. They should not be together. Okay. Okay. Those are the very common takes, yeah. In my opinion, it is a very hard decision to want to talk to the person that ruined your career again. That is I do not know anybody in my life that would do that. But I also think how lonely and isolated and like literally down in the dumps, no one to talk to, Cinder must be to literally just resort to reaching out to her ex-boyfriend. How? Yeah. Brother, do you really think they actually broke up? They never did. They actually broke up. If the screenshots, Cinder, because I've read the entire document, Cinder actually posts screenshots down the, a little further down that they did actually break up. Like, they weren't in speaking terms for like a good few months. And that in order to contact people and get receipts, Cinder had to ask for somebody else because he can't get those from from Red anymore. Oh, hi! Greg D, thank you for the super chat. Nusagi, can I thank you also for supporting news? Aww. Aww, thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you guys for supporting her. I wanna bet they're fake, not gonna lie. I mean... I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think it's a lie. For this situation, yeah, for this situation, I feel like it's very weird for her to lie about some of these things, especially a lot of the things that she's talked about, right? Yeah. Like, it's unironically super fucked up. Because if she lies about one of these things, it casts a shadow over all the screenshots that she has provided so far. And to be fair, because I read through all of it, the screenshots that she did provide actually are kind of meaningful. Right? Like, I know it's the popular narrative that we all hate Cinder, and that Shylily is right and that she should stay in the dumpster where we belong, but because I want to be more thorough than most people and I actually read, and I'm unemployed enough to actually read through everything, I unfortunately have to say that it's not as black as white as that. You know what I mean? Justice for Charlie Spur? Oh shit! Where's my Charlie? Where's Charlie? Where's Charlie Spur, dude? She's claiming Lily is the mastermind is hilarious. Okay, we're gonna talk through about that too. Because I don't actually think Lily is the mastermind. Like, the more I read from the screenshots, the more I wonder why I have a separate conclusion from her. Like, but we'll get through that. We'll get through that. Okay. Okay, well, whatever. This is just the relationship with, like, Cinder and Red. The only important part about this particular part is that how do I want to say this? The only important part is that how do I want to say this? God damn. That Cinder and Red, how would I want to say this? They're made for each other, I guess. They're unironically made for each other. Cinder's brand would not be there without Red. Red is the key part to everything. He is the creative lead. He is the directional person. Business-wise, he calls the shots. It's why Sinder gave him almost complete control and agency over Sinder's brand in general, right? Like, that's the only thing that you need to learn from here. It's quite long, or maybe not necessarily long, but it's kind of long, but that's what it boils down to, right? And I guess the other important thing is that Red did not consult Sinder on how to message people. And they doubled down that statement here. And we do actually see proof of that, screenshots of that as we go along the document. So at the very least, there were some things that Sinder was vaguely aware of, but there were some things she was actually not aware of. Oh, here we go. I guess this is one of the screenshots that like say that they don't, they're not in speaking terms anymore. But later on, there's another one. Either way, yeah, they're Joker and Harley Quinn. Yeah, dude, exactly. Oh, hi, Charlie. Welcome. Hi. Okay, right. There were also this, because Red will continue working for me, I will be deleting this tweet sometime after this document. Okay, cool. So, let's get down into it. Let's absolutely go down into it. My apology and taking accountability. So, basically, she says here that the first document was made without a clear head and was made to rush things out, acknowledging what was already posted. Sinder had already shut down Red, and refused to hear any of what he had to say to defend himself, and just made this document without his help, or without even trying to disprove it, all because she thought that was the right move to do, right? She didn't have the proper info, she didn't have the full context, and that's why she just wanted to say something because her literal career was falling apart in front of her. So, yeah, she was absolutely like terrified and shit like that. And she admits to a few things. What I blamed Red in my apology for because he was guilty of them. So Red actually held a grudge against Bao. Oh shit, hold on, sorry. Ignore that. Red unironically hated Bao and told her how great it would be to work with Silvervale. I have no idea why that's there. I actually don't have an idea why that's there. What the fuck is happening? Hold on. Sorry. Nope, I'm gonna ignore that. I told people I was gonna stream a long stream. People that will message me during this time, you will get ignored. Womp womp. Anyway, yeah. What I blamed Red in my apology when I was also guilty. Red was the one with the business-oriented outlook on things from the start. I adopted that same mindset myself from working together as time went on. I wrongly made it sound like I was brainwashed myself into thinking this way in my apology. I agree. Cause the entire document, this apology, if you guys remember, was basically just Sinder saying, "Oh, woo is me. I made mistakes, right? A lot of the things I didn't know, and it was Red's fault. But even if I did know, I didn't know the full extent." She was essentially trying to victimize herself to the fullest extent, while claiming my mental health in order to get a lot of sympathy from people, right? Yeah. But anyway, what Red was guilty of in my apology that I didn't know until writing it, so Red actually did this. Red and Nano was talking about a model for Geary in November 2023. This is a bait because Geary is not actually relevant throughout the entire doc. Red, including Bao and Cotton in his conversation and eventual deal with Nano around exclusivity, and bad-mouthing Bao in their DMs as they were our shared feelings. Red talking to Nano about Shylily about her model in April 2025. So literally, when Sinder got cancelled, she didn't know that it was actually way worse than it actually was. Like, holy crap. Yeah. It's that hard. Mental health money, please. True. God, I wish I was a woman. Chat, if I was a woman, I would be the most retarded woman ever, and I would, like, victimize myself to the absolute maximum degree. I would farm you guys. I'm sorry, that's what I would do if I was a woman. Unfortunately, I'm not. Anyway, things I took accountability for in my apology. Blah, 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 blah. Not really relevant anymore. Basically, okay, she guilt-tripped Nano. She fucking did all these things in her previous apology. If you've read the apology, then you've seen it. It's blah, blah. I admitted to the world that I cheated on my secret boyfriend, and the story that was pushed was that I took no accountability and used him as a scapegoat. True. That was unironically what it read, right? It read like. Even with all these concessions of what I did do, I was still somehow a narcissist who couldn't accept fault. Okay, maybe not necessarily that, right? What I did was not admit to the right things. The people making these claims already decided I was guilty, and they also expected me to apologize for everything I've ever done without it ever being mentioned, even if the matter was already settled in the past. Okay, true. Blah blah blah. I was blamed publicly for things I had nothing to do with. Basically, what she's trying to say was that she was not at fault for a lot of the things that Red did, even if Red did indeed do them. A lot of people didn't believe it, that Red was solely responsible, but she's basically doubling down and saying, yes, I truly wasn't responsible for a lot of the things that happened, right? So yeah. Anyway, this is Red's commentary. Basically, she's been the creative lead and blah blah blah. She's a very important person in their brand. We already know this. There's nothing, it's womp womp, basically. Yeah. And then boom. Misinformations, lies, and incorrect statements in my apology. So she admits that in her initial apology, she actually lied or omitted a few things in order to get the most positive results that she wanted to. And you know what? Respect. Nobody would actually say that. Oh, sorry. Nobody would, like, unironically admit that to a second doc. Yes, she doubles down on a lot of the things that she feels she truly got wronged for, rather. But she also admits that, yeah, you know what? I did try to victimize myself a little too much just to not make the situation worse. And you know what? That kinda pushes me to believe that because she has nothing to lose anymore, it doesn't matter if the world hates her, this is all that she has to say. Then again, we haven't gone through everything yet, so let's continue, right? My apology and accusations made against me did not cover everything Red and I have done wrong. I've laid out everything below that will be presented throughout this document. Okay, so what this is, chat, this entire list, I know you're not gonna read them, but basically, all they are saying is that they think they are guilty for these faults. They are guilty and they should be mocked, they should be like thrown shit, and that they should be like, you know, and like insulted or blah blah blah. She deserved the flack for all these faults. But everything else that's not included here are wrong, or the people making the accusations of such is lying or exaggerating it, right? Yeah. So, let's go. Oh yeah, here's what she says. Every claim of wrongdoing that was made against Red and I listed above isn't true. Yep. Okay. It's been falsely claimed that I was manipulating, sabotaging, betraying, and backstabbing all my friends for years in an effort to deplatform them and ruin their careers. There was never some kind of years-long grand conspiracy or deceit against anyone. I have never pushed the ladder down behind me, I have never been jealous or envious of any of my friends or anyone else. My friends were not stepping stones I used to further myself. I loved my friends. Our experience together was real. Memories together are real. It hurts that even I need to say that. So, she is saying that, how do I want to say this? She wasn't the cunning manipulator that intentionally pushed anybody off the ladder. Everything to her was real. She doesn't understand how any of her friends can start feeling that way, right? Like, and you know what? To be fair to me, to a certain extent, I believe it. You think a woman like, oh god, that came off so sexist, but because I already said it, I have to double down. You think a woman like Sinder is smart enough to do something like that? Like, like, you know, like, I don't know about that. She kind of, a lot of the things she did were all kind of short-sighted and emotional, right? Like, even I watched a little bit of Sinder back then, and throughout that whole time, she came across to me as emotionally impulsive than somebody who thinks about like the long term, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? To me, that makes sense. Yeah. Be smart enough to do what? To like come up with these grand schemes in order to tear everyone down that's beneath her. You know, like she's not fucking Light Yagami, basically. Anyway, a lot of my friendships did suffer due to where my priorities has been, especially over the course of 2024, because my focus being overwhelmingly on work and less on my personal relationships, I neglected people I cared about. So basically, she admits that she hyper focused on work. She drank the red business autism Kool-Aid and went all in on that and just ignored literally everything about her friends. She stopped talking to people. She neglected people, and you know that might and she thinks that might have contributed to people feeling off about her, and why people might think that she's the social climber that they make her out to be. So that she says though that despite loving her friends, right? She says that despite loving her friends, Red thinks Cinder's friends are still her competition. Look, here. In my apology, I said, I'm disgusted with myself for buying into the narrative that my friends were competition. I just learned about all of this myself, and there could have been so many other friends affected by the narrative that things always had to be a competition. I'm going to ask you guys a question. Do you agree with this? I will say my own opinion, but I want to ask what you guys think. Do you agree with this? Are Cinder's friends her competition? Oh, Yinka, thank you. DN keeps saying stuff that don't help defend Cinder. We are going through about this like with a fine-tooth comb, or at least I'm going to summarize it with while using a fine-tooth comb. Like, I'm not going to go through everything, right? I'm just going to summarize a huge chunk of it, and that's why, like, how do I want to say this? It's not as thorough, or that it may seem like I'm not taking sides. Okay. Thank you for your response. Here's what I think. The answer is yes. The answer is yes. I don't even need to read Red's like justification here, but the answer is yes. In every content creator space, your friends who does the same thing as you is considered your competition, right? Mujin and Rima compete for the same market. They are competitors. Rima and I are competitors. That being said, just because we're competitors doesn't mean we have to fucking hate each other. Right? That doesn't mean we're going to backstab each other and that shit and shit like that. Did Cinder do exactly that? We're going to find out. Yeah. Competing for views, sponsorship, and donos. Exactly. I forgot to say it, but it doesn't really matter if you feel jealous or you feel like a sort of way towards a person, that a friend of yours that is also in the same field that may be earning or getting numbers higher than you. Doesn't matter. What matters is what you do with those feelings. Is Parrot your competitor, Mr. Nusagi? I mean, kind of, technically. Even if we aren't on the same niche, we do share the same audience. We are competing for the audience's time. Right? So the answer is yes, Dennis. Anyway, here I want to address the people and read that I heard that don't have a larger section in this document. Oh, okay, so this one, these are not necessarily relevant people that were mentioned in the initial drama, but I guess she wanted to talk about it, right? These are unrelated things. Basically, she apologizes to Tricky for leaving her alone in Tokyo on an incident, right? She apologizes to Cottontail for turning down collabs and avoiding her. Red apologizes for her too. She apologizes to Nexu for not following their terms of collaboration. I guess you might have not known of this guy, but that's because Nexu like deleted her Google Doc sometime after. But basically, this guy is an artist that Sinder made a deal with, where Nixu would make Sinder a piece of art, and in return, Sinder would shout out her Patreon. In the end, Nixu did make Sinder her art, but Sinder did not shout her out, and only left a link, and Nixu felt the need to like jump in on the Sinder trend and like complain about the fact that, you know, Sinder wronged him, if that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know if a lot of people saw it, TBH. Not many of the mainstream coverages that I saw covered it, but I personally read it. So I can't bring it up right now, but that's basically the TLDR of the drama. Yeah. Anyway, we get to the fun part. Nano-fucking-less. Do you see this chit chat? Hold on, I want to see if you can see it. Do you see this? Shit. It's 200 fucking words. 200 pages rather. Look at this, look at this, look at this. Okay, look. You see that? 228 pages. 200 pages solely around Nanoless. And you know what? I went through every single one of this and I have a lot to say about it. Right? This was important. It was important that people not miss out this part, because if you guys remember, Sinder thinks that Nanoless is like the ultimate, like he was the first domino piece in the puzzle, or that fell, or if that makes sense. It has a lot of Nanoless, but we're going to go through all of them now. Give me a sec. So I would read through all of this. I would. But fortunately, I made my own summary. And I will bring receipts. Look at this shit, chat. Look at this shit. This is what basically Sinder accuses Nanoless of in the doc. Sinder mentions, or at least accuses, that there were only really 4 people that Red named that Nano not work with. Essentially, like, Red only mentioned 4 names that that Red wanted blacklisted, and those names were Spite, Bao, Cotton, and Silvervale. And you know, I guess we all have feelings about like Spite, Bao, Cotton, and Silvervale here, and what that means, why Red explicitly asked Nano not to do that. But goddamn. Despite that, though, Sinder and Red claims that Nanoless lied and omitted facts, right? That the whole manipulating Nano into sabotaging project is actually just an exaggeration or a full-blown lie, that Nanoless is hiding the actual truth. What did Spite do? We'll get into that later, right? Number 3. Red did ask to not work with Spite, and Nanoless accepted easily, casually even. And Nano removed Silvervale, Cotton, herself from her waitlist without Red's suggestion. What does that mean? It means that Nano wasn't manipulated by Red into removing Silvervale and Cotton from her services. And let's get into the receipts, right? Because it was actually genuinely a fascinating read. Okay, where is it? Is it this? It's a fascinating read. Let's go back here, and I am going to find it. Okay, so can you guys read it? Can you guys read it? Like you can read the text, right? Do I have to zoom it in? I have to zoom it in. Maybe I have to zoom it in. Okay, there we go. Okay, so this is the screenshots about why Redacted not work with Spite. You see this? Yeah, not work with someone, and that somebody is Spite, as we can see here. And the reason is that, you know, yeah, Spite has been really sus lately. It seems like she's taking a lot and copying Sinder a bunch. Just wanted to ask if you're okay with, like, having one Hellhound exclusive VTuber. And Nanoless says, of course, I protect my baby. And then Redacted says, okay, thank you. I really feel bad for asking you something like that. And that's that, right? Okay? Interesting. And then we go through here. This is the other next big thing. Where... Okay. Hold on. Here. So the context of this screenshot is that Red basically has another job for Nanoless, but Nano is a little too sad because she's a little too busy. She can't take up the work. I might stop taking big comms for some time and only work with my current contacts. I'm kind of dying. Current contacts meaning Silvervale. Oh, not Silvervale. Sorry, Sinder. Yeah, right. Sinder. Yeah. And we'll skip through all of that because a lot of this doesn't really, like, it's not really relevant, TBH. Like, yeah, all of these are just like to show that Red and Nano and Sinder rather have all just had a very fine relationship. There was no manipulation. Red was being nice throughout their whole, like, conversation history. And because and a lot of people might, like, shut this down and not read through all of them or go through all of them because they feel like it's a nothing burger. I would think the opposite. I think these are important contexts to know because Sinder and Red are showing it out there that Sinder and Red absolutely did not guilt, manipulate, or do anything that would, like, actually, like, ruin or sabotage anyone. Like, it's to show that throughout this whole time, they've been nothing but positive and good to Nanoless. And I think, even though a lot of these are unnecessary for certain claims, they're still important things to have. And thank you, Pause, for the $5 super chat. Yeah. Anyway, we go to the actual... Where is it? We go to the actual proof. We'll talk about Silvervale later, right? I know that there are mentions of Silvervale here, but that's not relevant right now. It's not relevant right now. We're going to focus on the first accusation. Jesus. Yeah, like I said, chat, a lot of these were super unnecessary. But, you know. Again, some of them are important context, but a lot of them are not necessary. Oh. It's important too. This is important too. It's important context to have that Red and Nano have a very banterful and regularly gossipy relationship. Right? Like, the reason why Red would tell Nano all these things and request certain things and shit like that, or, like, exchange information from other people, was because they like to gossip a lot, right? Like, you can see this screenshot over here. Yeah. And, like, they talk about drama a lot, even if it involves other people. But then when it came to Silvervale, she got kinda, you know, Silvervale was Nanoless's client. I don't want people to shit talk my client, you know. But regardless, it's like, whatever the case might be, Haha, you can even see it here, Sinder supremacy, right? It's like, it's fine, I'll ignore it, blah, 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 blah. Like, absolutely nothing. Yep. Okay, let's go to the fun part. Where is the fun part? God damn it. Oh, this is it. Okay, chat, look. This is it. Red asked Nano, 11/17/2023, November 2023. Red asked Nano about her current projects. We were thinking about model plans with another artist at this time because of Nano's busy schedule lately. Although nothing ended up coming out of it, this is when Red allegedly manipulated Nano and forced her to cancel Silvervale's model. If you guys remember Silvervale's document, Silvervale claimed that the reason why Nanoless cancelled her model was because Sinder and Red were stressing her out and manipulating her into canceling Silvervale's model. This is Red and Cinder's response to that, and it gives us the full context. Okay, look. Hey Nano, do you have a lot of models still lined up still? Because like I said, like they said, because they wanted to find out what her plans is, they wanted to work around it. Quite a few. Is it for a project? Also need feedback on the outfit changes. No, not for a project. I was wondering, I know you're working with Blank and Silver and Blank. You said you were working with Blank soon. I've got to get my feedback now. It's pretty much like this for now. So Nanoless sends out her wait list and says oof, because, you know, oof. I guess like there's a lot of people on her list, right? Like that's a lot of people. Our projects aren't gonna get done, right? And then, do you know? Oh, not this one. Oh shit. Wait, what happened? Oh, there we go. Okay, sorry. This is pretty much one comm every month, which means I can always put Cinder stuff in between easy. Okay, Nanoless offering to do work for Cinder. Okay, do you know what kind of model Bao wanted from you yet? Like, is it normal whale or is there a theme? And I thought you were talking to Blank about a model. She wants a big mummy Bao, like Blank. I was about to say, not the Bao berry. Like a lore outfit. Model is done for a while too. Maybe it's a good thing we ended up reaching out to another artist about a model with how many you'll be doing. Okay, cool. Red says that the reason why they're asking about the design here is that because they were working on Boss Rush, which if the theming is close enough, they might like have it be adjacent to that sort of thing, right? Like include them in the actual event itself. Either way, yeah, Redacted really wanted to have Nano work on their shit because they are very loyal. She was their first model mama, and Nano literally exploded in popularity because of Cinder. It only makes sense that like if that sort of good result comes in, you keep going, right? You don't stop. And this is where the conversation about like the whole every time Nanoless chooses or works with another VTuber on a model, the worth or value of his product or children get disappeared or lower down. So we go through all of that. We've already seen this in previous Google Docs. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Here. Dude, you make me rethink about my current waitlist. Huh? Why? You gotta buy a house and you and your husband need a house. IDK Cinder is just the best baby I got, TBH. We're not living in the road, blah 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 blah, not relevant. For people, they also make the claim that, you know, for the people that are reading this document, it's okay to out that Nano is married because she literally has the husband on their on her Twitter page. Anyway, so we have this going on. Context here is that because Red really still kind of wants to work with Nano, he asks, if you want to clear up your schedule to do more work for us, I'm not going to stop you. And then she says, yeah, thinking on cleaning the most later ones later. I don't know for sure right now, but I think maybe you should keep Bao. Big maybe. That's all I want to say. Oh yeah, you really want to work with Bao. So, look at this. Redacted actually encouraging that Redacted keep Bao. Interesting. Did this screenshot happen before Red and Cinder's talks about the model value going down? Probably after. Oh yeah, after. 100% after. If you look at the timing. So we have that going, right? And then she says, "Are you designing Bao's outfit? Not sure. We didn't get into specific yet since it's planned for June." So Redacted asks, "So what's on that list can you get rid of?" We've established that Nanoless kind of wants to get some people off her list to make room for Sinder. And then Nanoless, right, removes some people, and they remove Silvervale and Bao from his list. Unironically, they remove, even says it right here. Then 2 minutes later, I asked her what she could get rid of. She showed me she removed Silvervale and Cotton's model from her waitlist. And then she said she was going to blame it on Mio, her manager and husband, because she's dying with her commissions. So, Nanoless straight applied. And that was the biggest revelation to me. This was unironically like one of the redeeming factors of the Ghoul Doki. Because this whole time, right, we've had this narrative that Red was actually like manipulating her into canceling some other people and even straight up naming them. But in this situation that we've seen, no, that's not what happened. Nanoless canceled and chose the people she didn't want to work with for Sinder of her own accord. And to me, that's huge, right? And she even offered to make an excuse. Instead of blaming Sinder or herself, she's gonna blame her husband or manager because, yeah, that's the easiest excuse that she could make, right? Yeah. And then, Redacted wasn't even encouraging it. In the sense that, like, yeah, choose Sinder over us. Redacted was saying, regardless of how I feel about it, you should do what's best for you. We definitely want to come more of your art and you can do stream too. Like, you know, hey, we are going to benefit from this, but do what you want to do. Yeah. Red explicitly did not ask to cancel anyone's model. In fact, Nano was the one that really tried to make it work. By adding options that Sinder could, like, you know, work on, that Nano could work on Cinder's models in between and shit like that. Sinder dragging you back to work. Oh, hi, Parrot. Yeah, no, exactly. Why did they cancel instead of just pushing them back? I have no idea. I have no idea why, like, Nano decided to do that. How do we know these people, these screenshots aren't doctored? We don't. We don't have any ideas if any of these, we don't have any idea if these screenshots are doctored. We just have to take it at face value. Just like how we took a lot of the previous documents and the previous screenshots as at face value as well. You know what I mean? That's just the nature of drama. Unless Nanoless comes out there and saying this was all fake, or that there was some secret screenshot that would change the context of everything, that would make it seem like she wasn't lying, or wasn't making an excuse for Sinder, then I don't see, I genuinely don't see a scenario where Nanoless can get away with this. I actually don't. Like, Chat, you might know my commentary from previous streams or appearances that I had with other people. I was like pro Shylily, pro Bao, pro Nanoless when this happened. I was heavily into like making fun of Sinder. This new context, it changes a few things. You know what I mean? It changes a few things. Does anyone think that it's sus that Sinder released this right around the time Shylily and Silvervale released their comic? Coincidence? Oh, Greg did. That's what I thought too. 100% I think Sinder released this during a time where it would cause them the most stress and damage as like part of the revenge. You were pro Nanoless? I was. I was. Don't worry. But yeah, back to what they were saying. Yeah, no, I do think that Sinder was kind of petty and released this to inconvenience and maximize the amount of damage that they had. Yeah. No, I mean like pro Nanoless in the sense that I was fully supportive on Bao, right? Like Bao and Nanoless, rather. Yeah. And again, I haven't made up my mind about this yet. If Nano somehow finds a way to refute this, or if there is some context I'm missing, feel free to tell me about it, right? I just read through 1,000 pages of a document 3 hours ago. I can't retain or absorb all of the information. I just remember and took notes of what stuck out the most to me. So, you know, because it's in the nature of summarizing things that I will miss a few things out. What pissed me off is that if this is true, why wait 5 months? Revenge? This is just stupid. Oh, absolutely it's revenge. Chat, it is absolutely revenge. Sinder did this because she wanted to burn bridges. She wanted to like... She didn't want to, like, you know, yeah, she did say blah, 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 blah. I want to say this to redeem myself, blah, blah. No. You wanted revenge. Not that I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that, but you want to vindicate yourself, or you want to vindicate your fans. You wanted to burn everyone else too because they burned you. And you know, you can make the assumption that people ganging up on you and ruining your career, you know, you have all the right in the world to crash out, but it's whatever. Yeah. The whole point of Red and Cinder's manipulation was to send conflicting signals so Nano would take the safe route and favor Cinder as to not upset her. Oh, we'll get right into that, Blaze. We'll get right into that. Because I also thought of that same thought process, right? Because with the added context that this conversation happened before, it's the added context, with the added context that this conversation happened after Red told Nanoless that her work would be worth less the more she works with other people. It might send signals to Nanoless that, oh, you know, I guess I should that probably makes a lot of sense, you know. It's I should do that. You know, I'm a little scared there. I don't know too much about how the business works, so I should probably do that. So, yeah. No, I get that. That's what I also thought too. But then we'll go through more. We'll go through more. Oh, and I guess this is the proof where Nanoless did tell Silver the lie that she would... Nanoless told Silver about the lie that she told Red that she would say, right? Silvervale, I have to cancel the comm. My manager told me I have to cancel the most comms possible for healthy reasons. I've been working too hard and it's getting into me. I really apologize. Okay. So, Nanoless lied. As we can see. As we can see. There's also this, right? There's also this. There's also this. Remember when Silvervale made that doc on Redacted and then Nanoless posted this screenshot and said, I literally can't believe this? The most amazing part of this, at least to Cinder and Red, is that Nano fully knew that she lied to Silver and still was supportive, fucking going, oh, Queen Slay, yeah, I'm so sorry. It was Red and Cinder's fault that I canceled your model, when she was the one that actually, like, you know, lied to her. Yeah. In any case, the root of the problem is why she lied to her clients. Oh, we'll get into that later, yeah. Because, that's actually the question that I had for one of my chapters. Right? Like in the breakdown part of the document, I did ask, right? Why did Nanoless lie? Blah 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 blah. So we're gonna go through all of that. Don't worry. Don't worry. So anyway, oh, I guess this is important context. Here, Nano on her own public Discord server the very next day on November 18th said she was healthier and less stressed after choosing to remove Silver and Cottontail from her Cotton from her commission waitlist, right? And shit like that. That's important context, I would like to think. And then, where is it? Oh, Razor Gun, hi! Thank you for the sub, dude. Cinder is really fixated on Silver. Cinder is really fixated on Silver for some reason. I hate the fact that Cinder and Silver have the same beginning and ending things. It confuses the fuck out of me. Unironically. Yeah. And then the next part, chat. The next part. The part... No, actually no. This part. The next parts of the Google Doc was that, one, Nanoless was actually receptive to canceling other people's commissions for a higher fee. We've seen that in the Google Doc. She was not above of that as long as Cinder and Red was gonna pay for it. Nano wanted to stream more, but she says she still wants to work with Cinder. And Nano herself actually wanted to cancel Bao's model herself, and Nano was the one that suggested exclusivity first. These were actually what these last 2 points were the ones that negated the whole, like, you know, why Cinder would do this, or why Nano would cancel people. So, we go through this screenshot, right? We go through this screenshot. She says, I want to move on with my own brand, but I'll work with Cinder until she dumps me. Do you have any tips on popping the bubble? And then blah blah blah. The next context of this is that Red gives her advice and shit like that. Deal, but like I said, I'll work with Cinder until she dumps me. Until she dumps me, you'll be working forever. Mwahahaha. Me on 80, she'll be doing this until she's 90. I'm doomed. I loved it. Honestly, I would cancel my next models if I didn't feel already so committed to them. So, basically, Nanoless is giving the signs that she's tired and she wants to cancel a few models already. Not by the suggestion of Redacted. Redacted didn't put that in her mind. She just wanted to cancel it because it was free. Because she wanted to be free, rather. And then, okay, Redacted and Nanoless, again, has a very banterful, gossipy dynamic in their chats. So Redacted kind of wanted to help. How many models do you have in the works? 3. They are people I'm interested in, so I don't want to cancel with them. I just gotta recover from the cold and get shit done. But yeah. Very calculated intention of wanting to cancel other people. But then, all of a sudden, hold on. Where is it appearing? Oh no, that's not it. Why is it not appearing? Hold on. Something's wrong. Give me a sec, chat. I'll just fucking bring it from my desktop. Jesus. Nano wanted to cancel. I actually... Okay, there we go. This is the part where Nano actually starts talking about it. They actually start talking about it. Suddenly. All this, before this screenshot, Redacted just says, they were talking about some random things, you know, it's like basically just related to how Nano wants to go about streaming and Red providing suggestions on how to do so, right? And then suddenly, Nanoless asks, do you think Bao would kill me if I cancel with her? No, but she'd guilt trip you 100%. But if that's the best for you, then I think you should. I'm very guiltyable. I mean, the sooner you don't have the model work, the more you can work on your own debut and stream and stuff. Cinderai can help you out. So I'm not telling you to cancel on her model, but it sounds like if that's the best for you or what you want to do. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Is Bao the last 3 you still have to do? Yep, got blank too, which I'm considering canceling too. The other one I can't cancel because I settled to start, but I think I'll keep her. What does that tell you? Does that tell you there's guilt tripping involved here or not? Because in my opinion, Chief, not really. That's a shitty thing to say to Bao. Oh, I mean, honestly, yeah. We are going to go into the segment that Redacted has a massive schizophrenic hate boner for Bao, but we're gonna get into that later, right? I'm not fully defending Sinder here, and I'm not going to defend anyone. I'm basically going to look at this at the most objective view possible. What do you think about this? Do you think Redacted guilt-tripped her? Because in my opinion, Nanoless is tired and wanted to super cancel a lot of projects. Right? And because Redacted and Nano were already in like a banterful, friendly, like that kind of dynamic, Redacted was like, okay, yeah, sure. I mean, if that's the best for you, you should probably do it. Right? So that's what happened. Yeah, I don't think Red guilt tripped either. I agree. I don't think either. But that's what a lot of people were wanting to say until I saw that. Right? And then there's more conversations about how how Cinder wanted to cancel on Bao. Look at this shit. Boom. More here. Hey Nano, checking in on the arm stuff. I told Cinder just to take... okay, that doesn't matter. I will talk to Bao right now too. She replied to my iPost. I got bit. I'll wait a bit. IDK if she will hate me forever after this. So basically, this is when Nanoless just sent a message to Bao saying that, unfortunately, she will indeed have to cancel. And you know, Redacted is like, yeah, I'm here for emotional support. You know, I know that's probably gonna hurt your... whatever the case might be. But, yeah, not necessarily the case. We need to see the full log. Oh, I mean, I can show you the full log. I basically just pulled it out here. Basically just pull you the screenshots because I got too tired looking for it. Here. Okay, I guess this is example. I thought of canceling on some models because of it. It's not really fair to me. I'm going to find it. Look, some of you are asking. I actually pull out the logs. So I'm gonna from the Google Doc itself. So I am going to actually pull out the logs. Here, there we go. Yeah, this is the screenshots that I just showed you. There's that. Not really relevant to the topic. We just saw this screenshot. Didn't start Bao 2. Did you think Bao would kill me if I cancel her? And again, just so you can believe me, absolutely no mention of Bao before this. They were just talking about... Red was just basically giving advice to Nano and like discussing about how they want to start streaming. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. That's what's happening here. I don't think this mattered. Nano was involved in a drama with a live 2D rigger. I thought it was important to bring up how Nano reacted and responded to the situation. I didn't think it was that important. I guess the point was to illustrate about how Nanoless was like, you know, how Nanoless and Red had like a very banterful, gossipy relationship, but they've already established that, so it doesn't really matter at this point. Yeah. Oh, this is important too, I guess. Hey Nano, do you know if you were able to start the Heaven Hound outfit earlier or not? Are you just wondering if you decided to cancel any other model projects? Yeah, can delay them. Didn't cancel anyone yet. Blank needs some more things for the summer model. Basically, you know, going through all of this again. Where is it? Oh, this is the scared to cancel with Bao thing. We already saw that. Oh, checking out Red message Nano, check how the conversation with Bao went. Womp womp, we already saw that. Okay. Now this was important. Remember when Bao made this accusation to Sinder about how Sinder didn't know that Nanoless dropped her? Because Bao thought that the reason why Nanoless dropped her was because Sinder asked her to cancel in the first place. This is the full context. Right? Cinder knew some of this. Or rather, Cinder knew what Red told her. It was after this when Bao messaged our group chat with our friends saying that Nano dropped her as a client. I felt guilty knowing about this before Bao had told us. I didn't know what to say, so I didn't say anything. I was the one who was known to always work with Nano, but if this was her decision, I didn't want to get involved. I should have been a better friend to Bao and at least try to do something for her, but I didn't. What Cinder is trying to say here, chat? What Cinder is trying to say here is that Silvervale knew... Silvervale, sorry, holy shit, Cinder the cyber dog, or not the cyber dog, the demon dog, Cinder knew that Nano was gonna cancel on Bao because Red and Nano were talking about it already. But because it wasn't Cinder's place to say anything, Cinder didn't say anything. So that's what she meant by she didn't know the full extent. Because Cinder actually didn't really know. That's what she means. Dang Dian really tripping now? Yeah, kind of. I'm actually like kind of mogging a little bit. I'm like, I'm tripping on my words for some reason. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and this is, I guess, the important, like, you know, after, this is important context because after Bao posted the cancellation document against Cinder, Cinder did try to reach out to Bao to try and clarify with her that yes, the reason why Nano cancelled Bao's project was because of Red's conversation with her. Cinder genuinely didn't know that, and she sends screenshots here. Look, April 27th, the day of the actual dropping of the doc. And in here, we are also told that Cinder could not have the logs from Red because they've separated at this point. They broke up. That's the proof. This is their proof. Yep. Yep. In Nano's document, it was said that Red asked me to cancel on one of their closest friends, Bao, by asking me to cancel my work mid-progress, followed by saying Red contacted me specifically to check on me canceling the model I had planned with Bao, neither of which was actually shown or true. Yep. So that's what I mean, chat. That's what I mean. You look at all these screenshots, the full context of these screenshots, and I get the impression Nanoless overbooked herself, was super tired, wanted to go on streaming, but because she didn't want to she didn't want to be honest with the audience and like full-blown confront them or like be honest with them about, hey, I wanted to cancel because of this reason. She needed an excuse, so she used her husband as a scapegoat. But now, with the cancellation and with all of this happened, Cinder became that scapegoat. I think that's what's happening here. Red asking every so often if Nano is canceling is kinda bad, especially after they've done it once, makes it easier for him to lead a horse into water. I would also... Okay, so you're not wrong, Justin. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But also with the added context and the idea that Red kept asking because Nano also kept saying that she was gonna cancel a few projects and free up some time for her models. One could argue that that's not necessarily Red's fault either, right? Because, like, for example, here, right? I want to work with a Hololive artist, right? I want to work with a Hololive artist. I have a conversation with a Hololive artist, and she tells me, "Hey, I'm fully booked right now, but I think I can slot you in or cancel some of the projects that I have to make time for you." If that Hololive artist tells me that, you damn well know I'm probably gonna probe. I'm probably gonna say, "Hey, update on this, please. Do you think, are you still going to be able to cancel? Are you going to be able to still make time for me?" Like, think about it like that. Nusagi, are you justifying Red's actions? Not necessarily. It's more like I'm not necessarily justifying Red's actions. What I am saying though is that Nanoless is not innocent. That's why I agreed with Justin, with the super chatter. I agreed with Justin that could be the case, but Nanoless putting that idea, and also choosing to cancel with Bao without even like Red prompting the idea, because Nano herself wanted to be free to stream and she wanted to cancel projects so she could do her own thing. She's not, and instead of telling people the truth, she decided to lie about it. She omitted that information from the initial document. She didn't mention any of this. Like, all of the context that you've seen now, she didn't mention any of it on her initial document. She intentionally hid it. Like, like I said, I'm not approving Red's action, but Nanoless isn't innocent here too. Nanoless is absolutely not innocent too. She intentionally lied and intentionally omitted information to frame this narrative. Is Red still bad? Yes, I would think so, especially once we get to the later parts where Red has a massive schizo hate boner towards Bao. Like, Red is absolutely not a good guy either, but Nanoless is not innocent. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Either way, yeah, these are all like further screenshots about how like Red and Nano were like, banter, friendly, stuff like that, and like blah 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 blah, blah 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 blah. Yeah, a lot of these didn't really matter. It's just like I said, just some more bloat from the document itself, tbh. Yeah. About 2 months after canceling Bao's model, Nano asked Red about us paying for her to cancel her projects. She brought it up as a possibility of some kind of exclusivity deal with Red for the first time, saying she just wants to do Sinder stuff. Okay, so this is the part where Nano was the one that brought up the idea of going probably exclusive with Sinder. This is the part that I think actually hammered home that Nano wasn't as innocent as they painted themselves to be, right? So, Nano, are you, random topic, Nano, are you free this date for a collab, blah, 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 blah. Nanoless suddenly brings up the topic. Hypothetically, if I accepted to be paid to cancel every commission that's not Cinder related, would you pay it? Redacted says, I don't understand. I'm freaking out with my comms and I think I just wanna do Cinder stuff. I'm dying inside, I wanna do my own shit too. These two statements, right? Boom. No, it's okay. I just don't know what you meant, lol. Do you mean you cancel your current commissions that aren't Cinders, then we pay you for ... Redacted basically doesn't understand that. Redacted doesn't understand what's going on here. Like, okay, what's going on with the exclusivity, blah, blah, blah. The Nanoless was actually the one that brought it up. Exclusivity? I mean, it depends how you're thinking it. IDK, I'm just thinking out loud. We've never paid someone an exclusivity fee before. Okay, then Redacted was like, his curiosity was piqued, so he started asking for more details. Blah, 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 blah. And then, they brought it up more. If you want to think over what you're looking for, we can talk about it. By this, did you mean for us to pay you to cancel other projects? Yeah, just a silly thought. I mean, how many projects are there? If you were to cancel those projects, we'd probably just pay you for other things to do instead, but not, like, just pay you to cancel them. Just, unless it was Silver. Okay, so yeah, Redacted hates Silver, we know that. We're going to go into that. I'm gonna clown on this guy later, okay? Yeah. Fair. Honestly, I think I'll just freak out and cancel all my shit. How much do you have besides our stuff? Sinder is who mostly uses my work. OBKDCat, these people. And then Nanoless says, Nanoless says, besides blank, they are all fairly far enough to not screw with any plans, so I'm pretty sure it's okay to cancel all of them. Right? Yeah. And then Redacted also plays into that idea because Nanoless was the one that actually initiated in the first place. TBH, I think if you were just focusing on Sinder and your own content plus just drawing art again for Twitter/Patreon would be good. That's my dream. So, we have the impression that Nanoless was the one that wanted to do this and is the one initiating the idea, and that she would be more willing to do it, and because that's good for business, Redacted, is inclined to agree. Right? Yeah. What, yeah, you could make Cinder Dojin, blah, 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 blah. What do you want to work on? I'm canceling all my shit, I need my freedom. Just gotta put myself at first, people say. Red, should I cancel blank? Say yes or no, I'll do it, I just need a voice. Won't blame you for anything. Yeah, but I'll have to live with that. Fuck, okay, I will. I don't know about you, chat. I don't know about you. That conversation tells me enough. That conversation actually just tells me enough. You don't say what you don't say what I gotta do. I'm a free woman. I'm free. I canceled so many stuff. I'm so done for now. I've been thinking about this for a long, long time. Did you cancel this whole list? Yup. No regrets, honestly. Redacted is a little scared. Are you gonna cancel our plans now? Nanoless is shitposting a little bit. Haha, bye-bye. Okay, bye. And then Nanoless deletes a lot of her initial projects and just says, I feel so light. Yep. And then, Nanoless and Sinder becomes a little more closer, I guess. And they have this whole thing where Cinder's current, sister mates or, sister people are, having a relatively good time with each other and shit like that. Won't blame you for anything. Yep. That's exactly it. She is trying to justify herself, she is trying to talk to herself, but she knows it's wrong. That's why... That is what actually changed my mind, chat. Look, I'm going to spin the narrative, not the narrative. I'm going to try to break down what just happened here, right? Or at least what my thought process was into creating the oh sorry, not this one. Into creating the conclusion that I had, okay? Okay? So, Nanoless's initial accusation. Red manipulated her into canceling other people's projects. Question number 1. How did this manifest? Who was affected? Okay, so how did this manifest? Okay, Nanoless describes that Red talking about how Nano's work becoming less valuable would become less valuable if Nano works with more people. Okay? That's the point. We can't see it? Wait, what do you mean you can't see it? Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah. Shit. I am such a bad streamer. Okay, you see it now? Okay, there we go. Yeah, you see it. So, this is Nanoless's initial accusation, right? Red manipulated her into canceling other people's projects. How did this manifest? Or How did Nanoless describe that this happened? Nanoless describes it that as Red talking about how Nanoless's work could become less valuable if Nano works with more people, right? Follow-up question. Did this affect Nanoless taking in more clients? Question. The answer? What do you think the answer is, chat? What do you think the answer is? The answer is no. The answer is no. Nanoless still took a lot of clients. But you know what did happen? Why did Nanoless cancel other people's projects? From what the screenshots of Red and of Nanoless and Red's conversation went in, the answer was that Nanoless wants to do her shit and is overbooked. Right? What's the follow-up question? Okay. Who was affected? Bao, Silvervale, and I guess Cottontail, but like Cottontail's not as relevant about, you know, yeah. I think this is what happened. Look, I'm even gonna finish my thought process here, okay? I'm gonna finish it. Yep. Yep. This is what's happening. Okay. I will recede though. I'll concede and say that Red did actually kind of lead Nanoless into canceling Silvervale. You know why I think that though? You know why I think that? I think that because Nano knew that Silver and Sinder had beef. That's why like she got uncomfortable with any drama or fucking like talk or gossip that painted Silvervale in a bad light. You know? I do think that way. I do think that way. Okay, no, I'm done. Sorry, but that's just stupid. You're drawing conclusions without putting a timeline between Nano and Cinder screenshots and making crackpot theories. I don't think I am, Blaze. Look, I like you, bro. I like you. Look, we're gonna go through all of them later, okay? We're going to go through all of them later. I'm not finished with the doc yet. We're going to compare all the documents later, or maybe on another time. But I just think that from what's presented here, it's just... I don't think they're theories, man. We're seeing actual receipts. You know what I mean? Another stream sounds good? Probably, because there are some parts of the document that I don't want to go... that I haven't actually gone through. Yeah. In your opinion, how many pages did this document really have to communicate everything important? I don't know, like 50? TBH? Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, these parts are like not really relevant anymore. These parts aren't really relevant anymore, TBH. Oh. Can you see it? Oh, you can. Okay. Okay, yeah. Please make it stop, senpai. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Yep, okay, so a lot of it is not really relevant anymore. It's just like, talking about like all the other stuff that bleeds into a lot of other people, but then we're not gonna go through that anymore, or at least not yet, because we're going to be talking about it later. The next part of the Bao thing, of the Nanoless thing, is that sometime later, Nano walked back on the exclusivity because she felt like it wasn't fair for anyone in any sense, and that Shylily. But then sometime after the exclusivity, Shylily then released her Nanoless model, and Red started talking to Nanoless about their experiences with her, right? Like, basically, Red gossiped to Nanoless about Sinder and Red's experience with Shylily. And during this time, we'll explore that in the Shylily section, they had like experiences that didn't make them form a good opinion of her, right? But then Nanoless stopped talking to them after that conversation with Shylily, and then a new manager came in to talk to them about how Nanoless was gonna stop working with them, and then Nanoless drops the dock 5 days later. Yeah. That's basically what happened. Right? I'm not denying that Nano likely overbooked herself on her own, but you act like lying to her clients is new info. She confessed that herself. It's not that, okay, no. It's not, I'm not saying that lying to her clients is new info. It's how much she lied to her clients is new info, and how much she omitted to the public, right? I think it would have made Nanoless's case stronger, right? I think it would have made Nanoless's initial case stronger and a lot less full of holes if she covered her bases and admitted that everything that she did, canceling Bao, lying to Silvervale, and initiating the exclusivity deal herself, was all prompted by the idea of what Red gave to her, right? But she didn't say any of that. Is basically. I think that's what happened. I think Nanoless bit off more than she could chew, right? And from what actually Sinder and Red says, Nanoless felt like she had to run through with everything in order to, like, she had to run through with everything in order to, like, keep in with the narrative, so it doesn't like so it's consistent to everyone's story, right? Because it's like this is just not something you do. You don't really accuse anybody of being manipulating. You don't accuse somebody of being manipulated into taking an exclusivity if you were the one that asked for the exclusivity. You know what I mean? Even if, yes, she was led to that idea by the whole, fucking Red talking about how Nano's work would be less valuable if Nano works for other people. It's just not something you make up, or at least not something you hide when you make that accusation against her, right? It's super unprofessional. Am I saying that Nanoless is evil? No, obviously not. Am I saying Sinder and Red is evil? Also, obviously not. What I think is that Red was super business autist to a point of near it got a little beyond their boundaries, and Nanoless was super unprofessional. Like, Nanoless intentionally hid a lot of these things. And to me, that doesn't sit right with me. It really doesn't. Okay. The next part of the document is Bao. And this is gonna be a fucking funny part, right? Like, holy shit. This is where I'm gonna... Okay, I took my time defending Red in the Nanoless segment, but this is the part where I have to fucking, like, shit on Bao, dude. Not Bao, sorry, on Red. He is so petty. He is so fucking petty. You can see me, you can hear me smiling right now because of how petty Bao is. He is unironically so schizo about this. Anyway, Bao has always been a great friend to me. Yeah, again, I couldn't own up to being her terrible friend when I wrote my apology. I've neglected Bao, the same as other friends of mine, but more than the others in my closest circle. Because as we've remembered, because Sinder and Redacted was being super autistic towards business, it led to them ignoring the maintenance of their other relationship. Right? Yeah. We still have a slide? Oh shit. Sorry. This is the part. So. No, sorry. Okay. In this situation, right? Oh, sorry, what the fuck is this notification? What is going on? Okay, there we go. Okay, in this situation, the points to remember from the previous segment was that Nanoless was reluctant but ultimately chose to cancel Bao's model, and then admits that, and in here, Red and Cinder admits that Bao was one of the friends she abandoned. Red apologizes for having his beef. Look, she outwardly apologizes for having his beef with Bao influence Cinder and the other business decisions. Right? Yeah. And then some of these things, like, these things don't really matter to me, TBH. I don't think they tell it doesn't. I don't know if they necessarily help the case. It's just loosely related to what actually happened with Bao. But okay, we've already gone through here. Yeah. Basically, after Nanoless cancelled on Bao, Bao vented it on their other group chat. Right? Again, Cinder felt like she couldn't say anything, didn't have any guilt on her conscience, though, because literally she had no play in it, which played a key accusation when Bao made that tweet. Oh Jesus. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. These are some parts of their history where Bao and Red were supposed to have some collabs together, but like some of it didn't fall through, and Bao felt like she was isolated because she was how do I want to say this? Bao felt isolated because they were Cinder and a bunch of Bao's friends were doing projects and did not include Bao. Why was Bao not included? Was actually ultimately because of Red. Okay, of Red. Where is it? Where is it? Not this one. Yeah, these are literally the same. These are the same parts of the thing. Oh. There we go. There we go. Okay. So, to explain why Red absolutely hated Bao, it was actually because of a Japan trip in 2024 and because of TwitchCon, where Red formed this negative opinion on Bao further because of these. Bao apparently blew off on one of their friends that was making blew off on one of her friends over an incident at a restaurant with a rude owner. Like, Bao apparently yelled and belittled their friend, and that kind of made them sour their relationship a little bit. And everyone got together for what we called our Canadian Thanksgiving dinner, since it was a few days earlier. It was the last night of all of the friends would be together, but just like TwitchCon, again, Bao never showed up. She said she was on her way, and sometime later she said, never mind, she's not coming. We were all aware that this was the last time we'd all see each other until 2025. Beyond this, in TwitchCon, 3 things happened. The first 3 nights, Sinder in TwitchCon and her friends went out to dinner somewhere nice. Bao was supposed to be there with them, but never showed up. It was the first chance the close friends had to see each other in months in person away from work, and she blew them off. Everyone present was talking about her not being there. One of our friends was telling us that they were working on a song with Bao, and Bao asked about them having a music video to go with it. The song this friend was making with Sinder at the time was planned to make a music video, but they weren't planning on having one for the song with Bao. They said that Bao got upset with them and guilt-tripping them over their decision about their own content. This reinforces what I had told Nano about Bao. Right? The last night before everyone went home, the friends were planning to go to dinner. I ended up getting sick and stayed behind. In the group chat, while they were figuring out where to eat, Bao said that she wanted to go somewhere fancy or she wasn't going. This was the last night everyone was together, but there were still caveats she had to spend time with her friends. Neither Sinder and I have access to this group chat anymore. So chat, basically, Red started forming very bad opinions because of these incidents with Bao, right? And then one incident that further reinforced that was the inclusion of Sakramore. If you remember Sakramore, he was the MV editor for Bosch Rush music that Red was ratting and schizoing about with Nanoless about how Bao apparently fucking made an exclusivity deal with them, right? And basically, Red and Sinder were confused that Sakramore cancelled on them after saying that they were initially interested and after a successful project, and due to past experience with Sinder, Red thought that Sakramore was being guilt-tripped by Bao to go exclusive with her. To repeat, because of Red's previous experiences with Sak, Red thought that Sak was being guilt-tripped to become exclusive with Sinder, if that makes sense. Right? And I guess Red couldn't have an adult conversation with Bao. No, none of that. Dude, Sinder didn't even talk to Bao. Exclusive with Bao, you mean? Exclusive with Bao. Yeah, Sinder didn't even talk to Bao. And that's where, like, Sinder was, like, all apologizing to Bao about, like, yeah, I should have talked to you. I should have made up with you. I should have communicated with you better and all these sorts of shit. Right? And then somewhere along here, another artist that regularly worked with Sinder also talked to Red about how they were suddenly going to work exclusive with Bao too. Right? Yeah. And then there's also that this happened. Sometime between these dates, Bao started a group chat with both Red and I. We were both removed from this group, so we don't have access to what was said. As far as we remember, she wanted to do something together. Red was adamant to me about not wanting to plan anything with her at that time, so we didn't. So basically, because of all of that boiling, because of like Red absolutely hating on Bao for all these little things that they've experienced in the past, but Red started pushing a lot of his insistence. This deep-seated disdain for Bao. He started pushing all of that on Sinder, and it got to a point where apparently they started fighting about it. Sinder and Cinder and what's his face? Cinder and Red, I mean. Where was that? Where was that part? Red and Cinder apparently started fighting about this whole thing. Like, Bao's not gonna do that. Bao's not that kind of person, right? And Red would insist. Red would evenly adamantly tell Bao to cancel collabs with Bao. Oh, God, he would tell Cinder, cancel collabs with Bao. Just don't engage with her anymore and all these sorts of things, right? And, you know, Cinder actually caved. Cinder caved. Because, like, you know, because Red was Bao's manager, or Cinder's manager, she kind of caved. She started kind of distancing herself away from Bao, not really talking to her or communicating the problems with her anymore. And that's where all of this went. That's why Red is apologizing here, saying that it was wrong of him to push his feelings to Cinder's friend and, like, you know, basically wanted Cinder to cut off all ties with Bao. Like, holy shit. He was actually schizoing out. He is so toxic. I would actually think that he is actually kind of like, he's a business autist that has a bit of an ego. And that's why I think it might have been a little bit of a red flag that Cinder went back with him. Right? Like, sure, you can learn from a situation like that, but that's still kind of a red flag, you know? Like, you never truly get that kind of mindset out of your head in one incident. There can still be situations in the future where if Red is going to feel his business autist powers and insist on Cinder not to do something, Cinder could still, like, not do it. Like, goddamn. None of this should have been aired in public. I think so too. This whole thing could have been avoided if all parties were mature adults and talked things out. Let's be real, instead they all look bad. That's what I am saying, Onyx Arrow. In general, in actual general, everyone was in the wrong here. I agree with the statement that, Cinder wasn't this evil, cunning, 200 IQ manipulator that fucking ruined everyone's work. I don't think that's true anymore. I don't think she's that evil. I don't think she's that much of a psychopath. But I don't think she's out of fault. I think she made a lot of, like, easily makeable mistakes. I think she has her own weird hate boner against Silvervale and this whole fucking thing going on. And I think Red is weird for having this massive hate boner for Bao, right? But that doesn't mean that, like, Nanoless and, like, a few other people don't necessarily have any fault either. Like, they're not complete victims. You know what I mean? Like, Red was a lot more schizo than Bao and Nanoless. Because, in my opinion, I've experienced these kinds of women a lot of times before. To me, the examples that Red listed, the whole, like, being upset because of a rude waiter or a rude owner, being upset that she did not appear on dinners, shit like that, right? Those are just typical woman moments for me. It doesn't register to me as unusual. Right? I don't know the full extent of the situation. So even if I do take Red's experience with Bao at face value, I wouldn't necessarily grow this hate towards Bao anyway. Bro was unironically just schizoing out. When was Bao schizo? No, Red was going schizo. No, you misheard me. Bro was, bro as in, like, Red was going schizo, not Bao. I don't know if you've misheard that. That's what I'm saying. It's less Cinder is a psychopath who fooled everyone for years, and more everyone did bad things and engaged in a free-for-all, which ended up in everyone looking bad. Yeah, basically. That's all what's happening here. Is that situation with Bao real, or is Red exaggerating? it might be a half and half. I don't believe Bao is like evil or a bad person for doing the things that Red described here. But like I said, even if what Red was saying was true, I don't think Bao deserved that kind of hate. Like, he's just schizoing out. Yeah. Bao not showing up for stuff is a thing that Numi, Tricky, and Yuzu have mentioned before. Yeah, no, exactly. I actually just unironically think that's just a normal woman moment. You know? But I guess to Red, and in turn to Sinder, that was like super fucking bad. Yeah. Everyone looks bad, but some look worse than others. Oh yeah, no, I agree. Shylily? Oh, let's get into the Shylily next. Because Shylily is actually next to this. Yeah. Oh wait, no, actually no. The next segment is V-Card and Numi's concert. So, this part wasn't all that, like, this part wasn't all that interesting, to be honest. Basically, the TLDR. Oh, look, I'll give you the TLDR, chat. The TLDR of the Numi V-Card situation is that is this. You can just go ahead and read this, but I guess I'll also explain it for you. Numi was part of the initial drama, but whatever. Sinder apologizes for canceling Numi's NYC concert and screwing Numi over, even though Numi was doing a lot of work for Sinder. Sinder genuinely forgot that she accepted and was confused about the specifics of like this concert, but Sinder ultimately canceled because she was too nervous about her live singing ability, but still wanted to be on the actual concert to support Numi, right? Yeah. While this is happening, Shylily and Sinder actually planned a V-Card collab, like during the announcement, and they ultimately decided that they were gonna do it on that night. That night was going to be when Numi was gonna perform her concert. So Sinder did an oopsie. Sinder chose business over friends. Haha, it's all business. And Sinder went for the collab with V-Card instead of Numi's concert, right? And Numi actually expresses how disappointed she was here. Where is it? Here. You can just read all of this. But basically, I'm so disappointed when like you told me you could come, but actually you couldn't come. I did a lot of these things. I understood why you had to do it, but it still kind of sucks, man. Shit like that. Yeah. Sinder became uber guilty, right? But at the end, I guess like Numi forgave Sinder. But there was going to be another show on the weekend of that concert, so out of guilt, Sinder changed some plans with Shylily to make it to Numi's concert. So yeah. Here's the concert where Sinder was finally able to reach it. And that's it. There was nothing truly special here, to be fair. I think it's just to give some context as to why Numi and the rest of the girly pops might have some grievances with her, if that makes sense. I think Sinder is wrong. If I were in my position, I feel like I would rather... Well, to be fair, I can't say if I would rather, like, if I can't choose what Sinder did, right? But at the very least, I guess, I mean, I don't know if that justifies it to a few people, but Sinder does try to super apologize for it. She felt super bad, blah, 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 blah. She admits that she chose business and, like, her job over her friend. And, haha, it's just business sort of thing. So... Oh, womp womp. Bao actually flew to substitute for Sinder. Oh yeah, that was a note. That was an important note here. Because Sinder couldn't make it, Bao had to fly over to replace her, or like to be there for Numi instead of Sinder, right? So yeah, I think Sinder fucked up here. Like unironically, can't even defend her at this point, Chief. Yeah. But I do think that Sinder did also feel bad. Or else she wouldn't have broken her neck trying to like reach to the second part of the concert. Yep. Bao's a bro. Oh yeah, no, I agree. Bao is indeed a bro. Okay. And then we go to Shylily, the presumed mastermind of the situation, right? Now, I'm gonna be honest. I'm just gonna go full. I'm gonna mention this. I'm not convinced that Shylily orchestrated all of this. I truly do not. I feel like, I mean, to be fair, Sinder did acknowledge that she was only speculating and that a lot of the screenshots here are just circumstantial evidence, so I'm not necessarily like convinced. But anyway, the Shylily segment is a little short. It's only 27 pages long, but the TLDR is that Sinder claims that Nanoless initially contacted Shylily first about the situation, right? And that was what caused Shylily to straight up organize the takedown of her career. What that means is that, remember during the last part of Nanoless's drama, this part, remember here where Red started shit-talking Shylily in front of Nano? They think that Nano approached Shylily and Shylily got upset at that, saw that, and decided to organize the takedown right then and there. Right? Yeah. So, it literally forms the conclusion that Nanoless telling Shylily was the first domino that ended up in the disaster that we see here. Right? And then, they claim that Shylily was upset at Sinder because Sinder released information and announced shit about V-Card way before Shylily did hers, right? They we can see a little bit more over here. Where is it? Not this one. A little further up. Yeah, here we go. Okay, yeah. You can see it here. Cinder's chat had some questions, or rather her community had some questions about some stuff about V-Card, right? And Sinder was more than happy to answer them on a stream before the actual release of V-Card. But their excuse is that they weren't told that it was confidential information. The day that V-Card was released, Shylily was apparently so angry, you can see it here, was so angry that information about V-Card was released earlier than the official announcement from her and the company itself. And, you know, Sinder went on to apologize. You can see here. Yeah, Sinder went on to apologize about how she did her oopsie. Shit like that. Like, I just didn't know that it was, like, confidential and shit like that. And then Lily forgave her. It's like, yeah, don't worry. You know, it's not necessarily your fault. You couldn't have done too much about it. X, Y, and Z. Yeah. Although Shylily won't admit it, Sinder and Red says that they think this was the start of the reason why Shylily started hating on Sinder, right? Because sometime after that, there were supposed to be a lot of supposed collabs with other VTubers that involved Sinder and Shylily, but every single time, Shylily would dip out. Yeah, here. Every single time, Shylily would dip out last minute. There was a point where V-Card changed their rules, and then Shylily thought that it would be a nice idea to. Sinder thought that it might be a good idea to collab with her and Shylily, because it would make for a better announcement stream. But nope, Shylily did it on her own. And when Sinder had her own stream and raided Shylily, she flat out ignored and disregarded Sinder. Is what Sinder and Red says, right? And shortly after all of that happened, was when Redacted started talking to Nanoless. Yeah. And then, you know, this is the whole refusing to collab thing. And then, at the very bottom of the doc, or on the very bottom of the segment, Sinder is like trying to talk to Shylily like a sad little puppy. but they're not responding. Yeah. Where is it? Where was it? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. Like, after that whole thing, Shylily just stopped responding. So, how do we want to translate? What do you think out of this? What do you think out of this? Sinder frames Shylily as an uncommunicative, very petty whore that started ghosting and hating Sinder after that one oopsie with the V card thing. Right? And then again, she thinks that Shylily started all of this was because Shylily was the one that Nanoless approached to about how to deal with Red and Nanoless shit-talking her. What do we think about this? I have my own opinions, but I want to know what you guys think. Oh god. Or Sinder proved she couldn't be trusted with sensitive information anymore, and Red went into business for himself. Oh, that's a fascinating take, Matt. Okay. So for context, for what Matt is saying, basically, Shylily may have perceived Sinder as not reliable to hold sensitive information because she started leaking out shit that she wasn't supposed to tell other people. And Shylily really did not like that. Okay, that's an interesting take. Okay, I never thought about that way. I never thought of it that way. But that's fascinating. But in the doc itself, that's how Sinder frames Shylily as this just complete weirdo and shit like that. Wasn't there something in Shylily's doc that said she felt uncomfortable around Sinder? Well, Shylily never actually made a Google doc. She just made a long tweet and a made a long tweet and a dedicated video talking about her. But she did say that. Yes, she did say that she felt that Sinder was a social climbing, clout chasing whore. Oh, thank you, Mix, for the $2. Shylily said she would dip out of collabs when she didn't feel like it. Yeah, no, I know that. We know that. So, my opinion, like I said, I'm not convinced. I feel like you need more than this. You need more than circumstantial evidence. Obviously, there's no way for Sinder and Sinder and Red to get that information because Shylily or Nanoless or anyone that made those documents would have to prove it. But then again, that's what I think. I don't know about what you guys think. Breakdown. Okay, so the breakdown part. Chat, this is the very, very long one. This is 200 pages. The longest segment in this document was Nanoless, then it's breakdown. It's Nanoless, then it's Silvervale, then it's breakdown. Am I gonna break it down? I have no idea. But here's Will I go into business with someone you don't absolutely trust is what I'm wondering. Sounds like to me a meeting was needed prior to any future streams, collabs, or not. Okay. So, the breakdown. The point of this document is like... I read through all of this, chat. But basically, it's just Sinder trying to speculate and breaking and piecing together and fucking, she's breaking down the timeline of events and why it didn't make sense. She's going through literally every single thing that every single person said on their streams and every single social media post, picking every single thing apart. I would talk about it. I would also go through with her, but I feel like breaking them down at this rate won't necessarily matter. You know what I mean? You can prove me wrong. I've gone through the whole doc, but there were parts of Sinder's thought process that didn't make sense to me, and some that did. Right? So, but the gist is that she thinks there were 12 people responsible that made this coordinated assault on her shit. And those 3 girls are these people. Nanoless, Shylily, Bao, Numi. The other 3 girly pops, which includes Tricky, Vienna, and Yuzu. Buff Pup, and other Vici band members, and Sakramore. They think, in this order, they are the most responsible. Well, I mean, they don't actually say that, but like, you know, based on like the what we have so far, yeah. Shylily thinks that Nano was the source of all the Discord screenshots that were the starting point of all the claims that was followed. I agree. I did say I think Nanoless was the first domino that fell, you know, and it just unraveled from here on. Then she thinks that Shylily was the first person that Nano contacted about Red's DMs, and that she was involved in everything since then. This means that this would imply rather that Sinder thinks Shylily started reaching out to other people, to Bao, to Numi, to the other people to like get their experiences with Bao to create this assault on her brand, is what they think. Right? Yeah. Oh, Bob Veros, thank you for the super chat. This man came back because of the huge pile of smoke he saw in the distance. I did, but no, not necessarily, no. Matt Schrodinger, thank you for the super chat. If a business partner is going to break a street date, I'm going to be pissed and think twice about working with them again. That's understandable, yeah. She's coping and seething. If we go through the whole document, the answer is yes. Chat, unironically, she goes through every single thing. Actually everything that like everyone was saying, right? Like some of this was repeating, some of this are repeating segments from other docs, but like this even included like the most obscure things other people have said. Like even like some offhanded comments from Numi. Like they went full business autist on this, right? The breakdown part feels so catty and personal, TBH. Oh yeah, and that's intentional. That is actually intentional, just an onion, because like I said, I think in the impression that she wants to vindicate herself, she also kind of wanted to, Sinder kind of wanted to paint everyone else as as not necessarily the good guys of the story too, if that makes sense. Yeah. I still don't get why Spite was on the blacklist. Oh, that's because Red and Sinder were just super insecure and really hated the fact that, you know, they had almost similar shit going on. Look at all of this, chat. What was Nano's motive to leak messages to Shylily and to eventually post this document? A lot of this is Cinder speculating a lot of the circumstantial evidence that she compiled. Right? And we're going to go through all of them because I think they're fascinating. They're fascinating in the sense that I can get a glimpse into the head of Sinder and figure out why she wanted to make these sorts of things. Like I said, and it's like Sinder will do that, TBH, because she doesn't have anything else to lose. So, womp womp. Yeah. Everything that was posted was on top of Nano's claims, but if her true story wasn't true, she wasn't manipulated, and Red didn't lie to her, then what was her motivation? Right? Okay. Nano's manager, Akira, told Red that Nano wouldn't be working with us anymore due to artistic burnout and for no other reason. Burnout is mentioned once in Nano's document, and she showed no signs of burnout in our conversation with her for 7 months. Since I was cancelled, she's continued to work on more than plenty of projects. It doesn't make sense as a motive. Ooh. Does that make sense to you guys? Interesting. As can be seen from our DMs, Nano was always treated very well by us and was always excited to work on my projects, even right up to her last messages with us. Not wanting to work together wouldn't be a motive. Since working with Nano, my work alone has made her over $100,000 with about 60,000 of that being within the last year from when I was cancelled. Given that I was her most frequent client, she wouldn't have any monetary reason to do this. Nano's reasoning behind many of her claims written in her document are contradictory to how she behaved for years, and how she responded to situations when they happened. Those couldn't have been her motive. Yeah. Nano only leaked her DMs with Red after he talked about her with Shylily. Why was that her turning point? That's my question. That was my question, TBH. Because if we go back to Red and Nano's like conversation, they were very gossipy and banterful, right? And whenever whenever Red had started talking about gossip and conversation that Nano wasn't comfortable with, Nano usually like said don't talk about it, like what happened to Silvervale, right? But for some reason, Shylily, Shylily, she immediately ratted him out. I want to know why. Why? You know what I mean? If Nano had concerns about what Red was saying about Shylily, then why didn't she ask him for evidence? Why shouldn't she come to talk to me about it? I think that's a good question. Yes. I believe Nano was curious about things Red said about Shylily and asked her about them. Shylily lied to Nano about her own actions and told her she was being manipulated by Red. If we were to believe that Nano was easily manipulated by my manager in their casual conversation, then how likely is it that Nano could have been manipulated, used, or pressured by the biggest pissed off indie VTuber Shylily directly throughout this whole ordeal? So, that is Cinder's rat. Cinder speculates the reason Nano leaked the messages to Shylily was because Shylily was actually the one manipulating Nano instead of Red manipulating Nano. Does that make sense? They truly do think that Shylily was out to get them. Nano was the one that brought up canceling people's projects first, but then tried to pretend it was Cinder. That was part of the Nanoless case, yes. Nano betrayed Red's trust in her after believing everything Shylily said and either willingly leaked more DMs to Shylily for her opinion, or Shylily asked Nano if there was more to see. There was no backing out now. She had to go along with the events that came next and carefully maneuvered her way to the best outcome possible for herself. Nothing from Nano's DMs could be made public without her cooperation, and her cooperation wouldn't make sense if she wasn't also a victim. So basically, after all of this happened, Nano had to Cinder thinks that Nano had to double down with her, like, omitting of information in order to, like, be perceived as the victim, if that makes sense. So that the narrative and the fucking assassination of Cinder's character is complete and in full effect. You know what I mean? That's what Cinder thinks. Fascinating. It's actually fascinating. I like to go into the mind of the VTuber chat. I truly don't. One thing that comes later is Shylily has more receipts and had 5 months to drop them, but didn't for some reason. I don't get why not, TBH. On next, I think that's... if I remember correctly, I think that Shylily said she didn't do that because a lot of it contained personal information. So, my opinion is Shylily or Nano might have a response to everything. Unironically, she might have a response to everything. And oh my god, it's gonna be so disastrous. Who wrote Nano's document? Okay, whatever. I don't care about that. I don't care about who wrote who. What I do care though, is why Nanoless lied. So, we're gonna look that up right now. Why Nanoless lied. Oh, sorry. Where is it? God damn. God damn, where is it, dude? Okay, I can't fucking find it. I can't fucking find it. It's super long, chat. It's super long. It is unironically difficult to like summarize everything. Someone said that Shylily is the one that made the nano doc. Oh, I don't personally care. I don't actually care. Okay, this is more of the stuff that happened. I don't care about this. I don't care about this. Yeah. Ooh, more speculation. Here we go. I found it. I found it. I found it, chat. Okay, there we go. Why did Shylily have something against me in the first place? Okay, look. Shylily lied to me about me on her stream, lied about me in her reply, lied about me to my friends, and lied to Nano at the very start. The actions she said were slander she admitted to on stream. Clearly, Shylily had something against me before Red even started talking to Nano. According to her, as early as March 21, 2025, when she dodged the Repo collab. So what was her problem? She basically it's the statements that she said. She's referencing literally every single thing that Shylily said about like the whole cancellation thing, right? So the ultimate answer though is that Shylily viewed me as a very greedy person. And all of that, my actions were due to my alleged greed. She encouraged the viewers to donate any and all my merch, but didn't dissuade them from burning it either. Shylily also wants to make it seem like I begged to be in her position at Gamersubs as part owner, even begging her for it, as if I was jealous of her. Not because I actually earned it like she did. She seemed to have a very emotional outburst when she talked about calling myself the Charizard of V-Card. Oh, I remember this. I remember this. Not that she'd know this, but my debut anniversary, I was supposed to be releasing a limited edition tub of Pyro Power with a promo V-card, both with art drawn by Nanoless. Red and I fought with Gamersubs to make my promo and the same card across all the purchases instead of having 1 in 10 chance of getting the holographic one. It could have made so much money if people needed to buy a bunch to get the right card, but it wasn't about the money to me or Red. Okay, you're trying to say that you're not greedy. Sure. Yep. The very next day on her stream, Shylily received a TTS message about my then upcoming AFK flavor. The first thing she said was that she had nothing to do with my part ownership. Oh, because she's co-owner? That has nothing to do with me, bro. I don't have a saying in that. That shit had nothing to do with me. Don't look at me, bro. I got nothing to do with me. Leave me out of that shit. It ain't got nothing to do with me. Oh my god. So yeah. Sinder is trying to paint this picture that Shylily absolutely hates her. And she thinks that Shylily hates her because of woman things, if that makes sense. Because of woman things. Because Sinder thinks that Shylily had this very bad impression on her and insist on it. Because of woman things? Not in the sexist kind of woman things, but like the meme kind, where it's like, you know, women are jealous of each other, women are insecure, they are challenged by, when a woman is challenged by other women, they go through this shit. Like, that kind of thing. Right? Like, that kind of thing. Like, mean girl behavior. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I think. That's what exactly Sinder is trying to paint here. Shylily is a mean girl. And Sinder was the victim of the mean girl. Oh yeah, the sexist meme kind. Yeah, obviously, I love women, right? Like, I'm not... oh, madame, I'm not sexist, right? But like, there's a meme. I like to reference memes. Yeah, basically. I hope actually didn't take that as me actually being sexist, but you know what I mean, right? Yeah. So basically, that is his accusation. And basically, further talking about how Numi, not Numi, Shylily fed the flames and like fed other people's disdain for Cinder behind the scenes. And it's pretty interesting to see. Here goes. Throughout this document, I've been basing my argument on the assumption that Nano didn't share the full story of what had happened between her to Shylily, my friends, and the public, and instead lied to save her ass, as Shylily would say. Why? Here's what led me to believe this was the case. Nano had Shylily on her side from the start because she was the one who told Nano she was being manipulated. No matter the story or evidence told. Thank you, High Powered, for the super chat. No matter. Hold on, I'll read your message later. I didn't see if you sent anything. No matter. Oh shit! I lost my shit. I lost my train of thought. Oh, no matter the story she told or little evidence she showed, Shylily would back up Nano to my friends. Nano couldn't go to Bao herself because of what she showed Shylily, because she would have had to show the full context of Bao's model being cancelled to her. Nano had Shylily contact Bao so she could explain things and vouch for her story. Nano also wasn't going to Shylily what she said about her best friend Bao. Exclusivity deal between Red and Nano had nothing tangible happen to anyone other than Nano as a result of it, including Bao's model being quote cancelled. Something Bao never hinted at knowing. Nano could have lied about it, never being agreed to without ever showing the full DMs. Just think it's lied, it's about never happening in her document that Shylily presumably wrote for her. Nano blamed all of her past model cancellations on us under the excuse of years of manipulation that Shylily gave her. All of my friends, including Shylily, were all saying that all of this was happening over the years and going on for so long when nothing was. They all used that timeline to support their belief that there was no way I didn't know about the few things Red actually did without telling me. On her stream, when talking about her decision to make everything public, Bao said, "And I know that for so many people to be affected for it was the right decision to do." If my friends had a full story, they would have known nothing was happening over years. Nano wasn't manipulated. She was guilty of affecting so many people with her own cancellations. Ooh. Yikes. The decision to make things public was left up to Bao, but if she didn't say anything, no one else would. Even though all the alleged evidence of wrongdoings was in Nano's DMs, who claimed that she was the victim of abuse and manipulation and sabotage of other VTubers for years, she wasn't going to make a statement of her own. Red asking Nano not to work with Spite was shown in her document, even with other messages about Spite being included. Why? You'd think it'd support her story of sabotaging other creators. I think it wasn't shown in her document or to my friends at all because Red didn't manipulate Nano to do it. Red asked her, and Nano gladly and willingly agreed with him, the same way she didn't show her gladly and willingly agreed to the exclusivity deal. She wasn't manipulated, and her story would fall apart. What do you think of this? What do you think of this? These were one of the thought processes that I thought kind of made sense. I did not necessarily understand why Nano had to do the things that she did. I am still in the opinion that Nano was super unprofessional. Trying to cover her ass. Right? Trying to play... Yeah, no, exactly, High Powered. I think Nano was trying to play both sides. But then obviously she saw that behind the scenes there were more support against Sinder. So she had to like cover everything up to make sure that her narrative held true. Again, until Nano can address that, I don't know how else to see her. I don't know how else to see her. I can shit talk. I'm going to express my full opinions on the whole thing later. Yeah. I will later. But I do think that if Nano just hadn't said anything, or rather if she like at least tried to communicate more properly and was actually honest about her feelings and being uncomfortable with Red and how weird their relationship was to Sinder and Red. Like, you know, there were parts where Red and Sinder were being weird to Nano, but if there were like but not to the extent that it was worth deserving a lot of all of this, if that makes sense, right? I think this could have been 100% been avoided if Nano bounced and got together and talked it over in a Discord call before Nano lied. Probably, chat. Probably. Like, I feel bad for Nano. I truly do. But this was not the play. You know what I mean? This was not the play. Oh, hi, Rikowo. Hi. Trusagi, hello. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you for becoming a member, too. I don't feel bad for Nano at all anymore. Yeah, I know. I saw a lot of people over on Twitter, like, change their mind about Nano specifically. Like, some of the... Yeah. Everyone sucks here. I would like to think, TBH. The reward for lying. Oh, I mean, fucking clout. Fucking, you know, not to be in the wrong side of history, so to speak, is the clout. You don't need to explain that to me, Chief. Here is the ultimate conclusion that Sinder forms. Oh, hi, Dreadseed. Welcome back, Nasagi. The Sinder theory is interesting and may be true, but it can kind of come off as projecting when you already admitted to being insecure towards others. Oh, I think so too, Dreadseed. That's why instead of paying attention and adding weight to her speculation, I actually look at the receipts, right? I look at the receipts, and the receipts are not painting a good light towards Nano, but at the same time is not also painting a good light towards Red either. Anyway, yeah. This is what Shylily thinks. Nano and Shylily lied to each other, then lied together, each for their own reasons. Nano, to avoid any accountability for her actions, sustained the good graces of Shylily and friends, and Shylily to get revenge for Bao, and to take someone she didn't like, which is her, and admittingly never did. They both gained the most out of doing this and possibly never knew they lied to each other's face for their own ends. Now, Shylily may have replaced me as Nano's new Sinder, judging what they're actively working on, which is, I guess, like an old project that Sinder had, and is now giving it to Shylily. Could be another, like, design, concept being similar thing, but I don't really care about this. It's womp to me. But anyway, yeah. Askeb with Shylily. Basically, this whole part is just talking about how Shylily and Nano initially had... Shylily and Sinder initially had, like, a good relationship, I guess. Yeah. Initially. In conclusion, alright. What does lie to each other and lie together mean? It means that, okay, so let's say you and I, okay, so I guess I'm just going to explain what probably Sinder meant at that point. Sinder is saying that Nano lied to Shylily and Bao. Nano lied to Shylily about what had been going on with Red and Nano throughout the years, and Shylily lied to Nanoless about the things that has been happening with Sinder and the others to basically boil over and make this fucking hate train. And then once they found that common purpose, they decided to lie even more about it together. They didn't know both parties, Nano and Shylily, didn't know that they lied to each other, but they decided to come up with a new lie to paint that narrative, is basically what Sinder is saying, right? Yeah. What was Red's problem with Bao? Oh, Red basically just hates Bao for the smallest nothing burger reasons, and it... Yeah, we've gone through it. You can go through my stream. I'll make a highlight of it probably. But basically, Red just hates Bao for no reason. For like a very, 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 very small reason. Like for a reason that doesn't make sense. Or rather, a small reason that shouldn't cause that much disdain towards that guy. Sounds like Bao was rude. To me, even if Bao was rude, like, you know, flaking up in a collab and flaking for a dinner appearance, that's not necessarily something that you should hate a person for. That's not worth telling your partner who is a good friend of that person to stop engaging with them. You know what I mean? Like, the hate or the crime doesn't fit, the punishment doesn't fit the crime, so to speak. Like, it's so disproportionate. Bro it's probably just Red's pet peeves. Yeah. But anyway, this is Shylily's ultimate conclusion. Red explained his grudge against Bao that led to his and Nano's exclusivity deal. Does it bother explaining why Red held things against Bao that he told Nano about it, or explaining that I only treated Bao differently because of Red's feeling towards her? No, but since this was all made public, it had to be explained. What both of us did wrong and what we should have addressed the problem when we could have. But it matters how Red got to his conclusion about Bao. Red couldn't see the whole situation around Bao and Sak any other way. After Sak went exclusive, Red pieced together every action he experienced and noticed from Bao to corroborate a story based on assumptions and a pattern of behavior that made the perfect sense to him. He ignored any of the good things Bao had done, now thinking she was being fake about everything. He didn't contact Bao any of this at all to verify his theory. He was angry at her and already made up his mind about what she had done. Okay, good. Good. This is good. Cinder has some self-awareness to think that Red was a fucking angry autist, had a raging hate boner for Bao for absolutely no reason. Yeah. What Red did was these things, blah 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 blah. It doesn't really matter. But Shylily uses that example as a parallel to what is probably happening to them. They heard what Nano and Shylily were telling them, saw a select screenshots of Red's messages with Nano, assumed there couldn't be any other way, but me knowing and agreeing with everything Red said and did, they used their combined experiences to back us up with their theory, and were convinced of my motives by someone other than myself and corroborated a pattern of behavior. No matter what I'd done for them or what did in the past, everything was now seen as an act to use or betray them. None of them contacted me at all to verify their claims and instead jumped to conclusions. They were mad at me for what they were already convinced I did and were probably told I'd manipulate my way out of it. And then they took action against me that they thought I deserved in return by writing and posting their documents to the public. So, basically, what Cinder is saying is that what Red did to Bao was what they did to Cinder, basically. An actual parallel of what had happened, if that makes sense. Right? That's how Cinder frames this. Cinder and Shylily, the most deadly rivalry since Scorpion and Sub-Zero. Dude, they're also fire and water. Do you know how much, like, thematic... Okay, we're gonna rant real quick. What if this was actually a very deep, orchestrated thing to make the baddest lore video ever? Fucking 6 months from now, there's gonna be a Cinder versus Shylily fucking animation about how all of this was actually fucking pro wrestling shenanigans in order to completely sell the story that they hate each other. That would be cool, obviously, but obviously, that's not. I feel like Cinder wouldn't risk being absolutely cancelled and having her entire career rugged out from under her. But that would be a banger. That would definitely be a fucking banger. Holy shit. I would pay for that? I would too, dude. That would be the first time in VTubing. So the TLDR is Nano lied because manipulated by Lily, and Lily lied because... Cinder is claiming that Lily might have lied because Lily just doesn't like Cinder. That Cinder gives her these weird feelings. These weird oofs. They need to fight in WrestleTuber, honestly. Oh god, imagine. Anyway, they used their statuses in the community as some of the biggest VTubers around, ambushing me in the middle of the night to publicly out the person they were falsely convinced was some kind of evil mastermind. They did all this together, so no one was going to question their group's corroborated story. It was okay to ruin me and ignore our history together because they were convinced that they were doing it for the sake of friendship. If you asked questions or asked for more evidence, you were banned, blocked, silenced, because how dare you question those grieving in this difficult time. Ooh, she said the quiet part out loud. The public wouldn't have known any better unless I gave the full context of what really happened in this document, rather than what was vaguely told to them through recollections and hurt feelings. I agree. All I'm saying, chat, is that if Sinder didn't decide to just go full scorched earth, I would have never known about the Nanoless omitting information thing. Like, I think that's an excellent point. Is it true? We've yet to see. Yeah, well, right? Like, we're yet to see. Because before I have some opinions formed from the information that we now know, but I am also inclined to think that Shylily and Shylily and Nanoless and Bao and everyone will make a response. We will form our ultimate opinion once we see that. I would really like to know how Nanoless is going to like escape the allegations or like try to explain the whole omitting part. Right? I would like to explain that. I would like to see her explain that, because that's probably one of the more damning parts. In regards to Shylily, I can't say too much about the Shylily situation, because in the Shylily segment over here, it seems like it's all kind of vague, TBH. Vague in the sense that there was no real reason for Shylily to cancel or hate Sinder, aside from what Sinder is speculating. Being that Shylily hates Sinder because, you know, she's insecure, she hated, thinks she's greedy, she fucking revealed that information of V-card that she wasn't supposed to, blah blah blah. Yeah. I'd be pissed too if my boyfriend that I'm still with and main artist I signed to an exclusivity deal ruined my career. Shylily cut out bad business. Yeah, no, I think it was you, Matt, that said that. I think it's also perfectly valid, right? If Shylily decided to not trust Sinder about that shit anymore. I guess the discussion of whether or not the punishment fit the crime would be the next thing to talk about. In conclusion, Nanoless. I don't think Nanoless' actions started out malicious. She wanted to find out if what Red said was true. And Shylily used that against me. I do not believe Nano ever shared the full true story of what happened between her, Red, and I with my friends, and instead chose to protect herself and lie about everything. It's hard to believe Nano put her own document together, and it's heavily evidenced that Shylily did. Nano sat back and let Shylily take the wheel for her after knowingly lying about what happened between us. When you consider that Nano and Bao's documents were planned together and posted simultaneously, it was on purpose to put my betrayal of my friend first and foremost, even though Nano said she didn't care about Bao. That's a very spicy rat or like thought process, I guess. After viewing the entirety of Red's DMs with Nano and having the full context of their conversation, it's very, very clear that Nano's entire document was maliciously, deceptively written to push a false narrative to the public in which everyone else's claims could be based on, while emotionally triggering language in its accusations throughout. With the biggest VTuber Shylily supporting her, no one would question Nano's claims, even my friends. When put under the scrutiny, there are so many details purposely left out, giving the freedom to tell whatever story they wanted that DMs that were shown vaguely supported. Screenshots from conversations over 2 years presented out of order, missing context, and mixed and matched to fit a narrative, even going as far as to boldly edit a screenshot to remove a message. Claims were made without evidence, straight-up lies were told, meant to be believed by the public who wouldn't know any better. Some of the claims in Nano's document don't even match the screenshots provided as evidence. It's like no one actually read the screenshots provided and either just read what was written or just listened to the large voices telling everyone to what they said happened. This document was falsely written to paint Nano as a victim who had no agency in her choices without showing any of her guilt, and Red and I as evil, manipulative people who only wanted to use Nano for her own gain, sabotaging every project she's ever cancelled and cherry-picking exactly what needed to be shown to make that case. This part, chat, unfortunately, again, unless Nanoless is able to come up with her own, like, explanation, I'm inclined to believe this. I really am. I'm sorry, that's my opinion. I don't think Sinder is evil. I think she's a bit stupid. All VTubers are, but you know, I don't think she's evil now. Neither of us sabotaged any VTubers projects with Nano, as you've seen from our messages. I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, it's not directly sabotaged, but the subconscious push to like towards Silvervale and shit like that, right? It's like, you know, one could argue that you planted the seeds in Nanoless's head to have Nano preemptively cancel the project with Silvervale. I could see that. I could see that happening, TBH, right? Like, I could see that happening. But everything else, like the bow thing, the exclusivity thing, I think that was entirely on what's her face? On Nanoless. Yeah. Yeah. One of the reasons Shylily floats into the top as one of the organizing cancellations is because she's the queen of indie VTubing. Nano ESL, Bao is recovering from sickness, so Shylily is left. Maybe. Yeah. And Bao was in a terrible position that time. Anyway, this is just repeating what we already know. Yeah. Nano lied and pushed all her agency of her own onto Red, then Shylily and my friends took Ed's agency away from him and his actions, then blamed everything either on one of them yeah, okay, whatever. Yeah. Nano used this as a scapegoat. Yes, we already know that. I feel like, see, chat, this is also like one of my issues with the document. It repeats itself a lot. Like this? Like these two? I mean, you kind of already mentioned that like 3 times throughout the entire document, man. You don't have to say it again. And especially not in a wordy thing. You know, like I wish this fucking document was condensed. Say one point once, and then you'll present yourself better. Then people would actually take the document a lot more seriously. You know what I mean? Like, it's so much padding. Like, don't do that. God damn. I swear to God, if somebody cancels me in the future, they have to not do this. I would actually not take them seriously. I really could not. Yeah. Anyway, blah 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 blah. In conclusion, Shylily. I used to look up to Shylily, but now I don't know how anyone can. The L she hoards on her felt. I don't remember seeing this. The L she holds on her forehead must stand for liar, because Shylily was the first person to do so. She had her own grudges against me before all of this started, and in true narcissistic fashion, she lied and manipulated Nano to avoid accountability, turning her against me. She's Shylily. Of course Nano was going to believe anything she said. The only thing done to Shylily was that Red dared to speak about what she was guilty of doing, and thought we'd have to consider her competition for her petty, unwarranted behavior towards me. She still expected her own section in my apology though, as if I had anything to apologize to her for other than not knowing what she was talked about. She probably just wanted a concession from me for some narcissistic sense of victory. Oh, bearing the fangs, brother. Dude, fucking, they're bearing the fangs. Like, holy shit. Holy shit. Anyway, Shylily wants to claim she sucks at Discord, but Boska told me Shylily rarely uses Discord. Blah 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 blah. I don't really care. It's stuff that we already know. Yeah, we already know. You think Shylily wrote your document? Yes. Yes. Okay. Shylily didn't care about accountability. She was ready for blood and she got it. Yes. If my Oshi disappeared for half a year only to show up on an excessively large document addressing an argument instead of taking care of her fanbase, I'd be questioning if she was still my Oshi. Like I said, earlier, socially unsociable. I think the entire point here was to actually just bite back at everyone. Right? Like I said, Sinder is a cornered animal, and what cornered animals do good is that they start biting back. Bro, they tried to nuke her career. Yeah, no, that's exactly. Like, to a certain extent, one can make the justification or the understanding that Cinder crashing out like this and bearing the full brunt of fucking all the receipts and everything is justified because they ended her career. So, you know, it's whatever. Anyway, Silvervale. Chat, it's another 200 pages of this bullshit. For reference, the longest segment in this entire doc is Nanoless. Next is fucking Silvervale. Holy shit. And I made a tweet, right? Hold on, Depressed Nasagi. I made a tweet about how I was struggling to fucking go through the Silvervale segment. It's because, oh my god, it is just so petty. I've read it for like 20 minutes and I didn't understand any of it. Or rather, okay, it's not like I didn't understand any of it. It's more like a lot of it was not worth going through, if that makes sense. Like, god damn. Like, it was so hard to go through. Right? Like, god damn. Anyway, that's why I made this, right? That's why I made this. The TLDR is this, chat. This is the TLDR. Womp womp. Fucking, what's I'ma call it? Silvervale suspected that Cinder suspected that Silvervale is just as defensive about her design and concept as she is, if not worse and way more malicious. Cinder has tried to, throughout the years, establish a formal friendship with Silvervale, but to no effect. Silvervale didn't like Cinder from the get-go. Silvervale would often do shit like overlapping merch drops, model reveals, and all this bullshit. It got to a point where Red was suspecting that Silvervale was intentionally doing this to overshadow or like take a lot of wind from Cinder's sail. Silvervale exaggerated her experiences with Cinder, saying how much she was torn down for years or used, or that Cinder leeches off of her, and that some of her community members were leaving because of Cinder. Silvervale blamed Cinder for like her cancelled models, delayed drops, etc. And Silvervale took the opportunity to hammer down and basically lie about their interactions. It's a I'm gonna say one thing, right? I'm gonna say one thing. And I don't know, I don't think Cinder is watching this, but I'm gonna be real with you, bro. I think you trying to establish or a formal relationship with Silvervale and fucking going through other people in order to like form a connection with her, even though it's very clear she didn't like you or shit like that, that comes off super desperate. Like, come the fuck on, man. Like, don't do that. That is super desperate. How can you... Like, Silvervale was not even really part of the original document or of the original character assassination theory, right? But she got the second most... She got the second biggest segment. And I didn't understand that. Bro, like, a lot of this... Like, what the fuck, dude? It is so funny. It is so funny. Like... Chat, the whole fucking thing about how... Okay, where is the part where... Okay, I'm gonna go back to the very beginning. Because there was a statement here that was so funny to me. I might unironically start using that now. Where is it? Where is it? Fuck, where is it? Fuck! Where is it? Somewhere around here. Like, fucking Cinder says that, Silver, you think I'm manipulative or Shylily is manipulative? Well, Silvervale is like the epitome of manipulate. She is the peak manipulator. Like, she is the fucking... Her crocodile, like, fuck, it was so funny, fuck, I can't say it funnily. I have to find it. I have to find it. Fuck, where is it? Fuck, I can't find it, chat. I can't find it. I actually unironically can't find it. It's somewhere around here. It's somewhere around here. I'm not schizoing out, I swear. It was just... Calling her the ultimate manipulator is so hardcore, I actually think it's funny. It's such a banger accusation to throw. Holy shit. Can always control F. Manipulate, Silvervale, manipulate. I mean, no, I have to find the exact words, but I don't remember the exact words is the problem. Oh, there it is. Here, there it is. Look, Silvervale is a master emotional manipulator. If Shylily claimed I was a some narcissistic manipulator, then I don't even know how she describes Silvervale. Holy shit. Holy shit. She effortlessly lied directly to her audience she claims to care so much about through her crocodile tears. She manipulated them into giving the support she felt I was taking from her for these years. On stream, she would lie about me, then manipulate her viewers by saying how awful and stressful everything was and how uncomfortable and anxious I made her. She repeated the exact thing over and over again, turning me into a big bad wolf. Haha, get it? Because she's a hellhound. Ending with how much she cared about and loved about her fans. She manipulated the majority of her mod team against me and even emotionally manipulated one of her mods for the sin of trying their best to help her out with something she asked help with. Silver couldn't take accountability for her own action towards me and lied about them to everyone when I was already down. Yeah. Is Lily the master manipulator or is it Silvervale? Well, I mean, according to Sinder, it's Silvervale. So, I don't know. Yeah. What people keep forgetting is the cancellation likely led to months of various threats against her safety, hence Scorched Earth. Oh, that's right, Onyx Arrow. She did say, Cinder did say that she got a lot of death threats, rape threats, fucking dox threats, like the whole 9 yards, dude. This feels like watching a B movie with very shit and repetitive pacing. I agree, Super SSG. Unironically, that's what's happening. The document is formatted kind of weird. Like, goddamn. Whether or not you believe the whole Silvervale being like manipulative or and shit like that, though, that's up to you. But I guess we'll see. What's her face? Cinder's take on it. Anyway, Silvervale did not like me. It's very clear by her own behavior over the past years, her own mods accounts, and her lies. My second debut anniversary was on 6/25/2024, July 25. It's very likely evidenced by her own words on stream and the account on one of her longtime mods that she cancelled her stream on the 24th because of my celebration subathon. Meaning, she knew when it was. In August of 2024, my bikini debut and merch drop coincided with the week of Silver's birthday. And merch drop, an important event for her where she debuted a similar pair of outfits to my 2.0 and Demon designs from the year before. Her Pixel merch drop was presumably completed to release at any time almost 2 months after. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, they did stuff similar to the stuff I was supposed to do. It had similar designs from mine. Look, her Silvervale's beach background in June 2025. Cinder's beach background in August 2024. So I guess there's a bit of a similarity. I guess. I don't know. Screenshot from her debut with her breach anniversary bar. That's Silvervale, and then Cinder with another one earlier. Do you? I don't know. To me, chat, this and this, not necessarily copying. You can have, chat, two content creators can have the same idea, especially if that same idea is like a good idea. You know what I mean? Like, that happens a lot. It can happen in video ideas too. It can happen in concept ideas. It can happen in design ideas. So to me, it just feels like Cinder is a little, you know, reaching. It's like she's a little, what's the term I'm looking for here? it just feels like she hates Silvervale. And Silvervale hates her too. But both their reasons for hating each other are just as petty, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? And Silvervale just used this as a time to like fucking, hit her in the neck or something. Like push her down. Anyway, that's the last part of the Silvervale drama. Birds of a feather. Birds of a feather. I guess they're saying how these two fucking don't like, womp. Anyway, the next one is Aru. The Aru one is pretty short. Did I make a... Oh, okay. So basically the Aru, this whole document on Aru is Sinder trying to claim... Okay, so back in the original Google, on original Sinder cancellation, Deputy Aru made a tweet basically complaining that Sinder only used her to get close to Silvervale. But in this chapter, Sinder makes an entire segment disproving that that wasn't the case. And it's like this whole fucking document about how they were super friends and that they had a lot of fun and that it was their relationship was not transactional and shit like that. To me, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter to me. Yeah, I don't really care too much, TBH, about this. Like, I think both can be true, if that makes sense. Oh, good night, yo, man. Have a good sleep. And then the last part is spite. I'm gonna be real with you. The reason why I thought this was probably difficult to summarize is because I don't care. I'm gonna be honest. I only went through like the 10th page, the 15th to 20th page of this, and then I immediately called it quits. Because one, I was tired of reading the entire doc after sitting on it for like 10 hours, and I didn't think it was relevant. Oh, okay, sure, you copied each other, and that there were some things that were like similar. The Nyan Tales one was interesting, but I feel like it's not necessarily like, it's not necessarily a big part of the coordinated character assassination rat. It's just Nyan Tales fucking deciding to hit home and jump on Sinder when she was down. And to me, I didn't care about that, because my main concern is how true the orchestrated character assassination plot is, who is truly involved, who got manipulated, and where it started. That is where my main concern of this drama all boils down to. So it's kind of whatever. It's kind of just it's actually just a Naruto filler arc, but yeah. And then lastly, message to Pyropups. Yeah, sorry you're all disappointed. Sorry you're all hurt. Yeah, please don't go on hating other people to defend me. Don't everyone who harassed other people to defend me are fucking weirdos and I don't like you. And then I'm going to go back to stream. I'm going to rebuild what I built, and I'm going to choose to fucking form and be friends with people that are actually truthful this time. Whatever. Okay. Ta-da! And that is the summary of the entire fucking Google Docie. Yay! We are done! We are done with it, bros. I want a refund. Yeah. Chat. Obviously, there might have been some things that I missed or I did not properly summarize, because that's in the nature of summarizing something, right? To make sure that my shit doesn't go through for 15 plus hours, like apparently what happened to Ivanito. I am for sure gonna miss a lot of things. I am for sure gonna miss out a lot of context or maybe even misunderstand them because I just can't absorb and like release all of that information in like, you know, in one sitting, right? Like, this is the best service I could provide you, bros. And like I said, I am going to provide this TLDR on Twitter sometime after. So that way you can form your own explanations. Oh, my boy, thank you for the super chat. Ajke Mata, thank you for the super chat too. Thanks for the summary. Yeah, no problem, dude. That's basically what happened. Welcome back, you degenerate rabbit. I miss you. Yeah. Do you check about the part where Sinder spoke about Shylily having the Epstein files? What? No, I don't think so. I don't fucking think so. I've read that. I don't know if you're shit posting, but that's fucking, that would be fucking cool. Well, not actually cool, but you know what I mean. Moral of the story: stick to corpo VTubers. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I think corpo VTubers also have their own sets of problems. It's just that, you know, we just hear more about indie VTubing because they don't actually have managers to hard wrangle them. So, I'm going to tell you guys my like, my depressed Nusagi's. Oh wait, hold on. Let me just adjust. Oh, there you go. You can see it. Depressed Nusagi's final thoughts. Technical. Let's write this. Let's write this as if we were grading a research paper, right? Technicality. How well the document was put. Substance. The receipts, material / logic of the doc. Impact. How it will affect everyone going forward. Okay, right? Woohoo! This is the part that I love, dude. I love fucking analyzing things like this. Chat, I'm gonna fucking cry, but I miss you guys. I genuinely miss you guys. I miss doing this. Like, part of the reason why I enjoy doing this isn't actually because of the drama itself. I like to study a culture and breaking it down and forming my own thoughts and studying it. I like to study things. I would like to think I'm a scholar for the things I'm super autistic about. So when it comes to shit like this, like the final like grading of things like that, it's I get super autistic. I get like super and like I haven't done that for like 6 months or I don't know how long, like probably 7 months, and you know, I miss it. I genuinely miss it. Yeah. Like, it's just something I like to do. Even if I don't have any stake in it, even if I get a shit ton of hate from my own opinions, even if my thing is antithetical to the popular narrative, it's like, it's something I genuinely enjoy doing. And that's why I think I will genuinely like fucking lock in on content creation and like analyzing bullshit like this. Not drama, but like waifu culture as well and like other things. I want to do more of that in the future because I just learned throughout my entire hiatus that's what I want to do, right? That's what I really want to do. I don't want to recall events. I don't want to make documentaries and like just tell the events how it went. I want to talk about why that happened, the mentality of why that happened, different aspects of the world and psychology and like society and shit like that as to why that happened, and how it'll affect other similar incidents and how I can like prepare for that as well. Right? Like I learned that's what I like doing. So that's why I'm absolutely gonna lock the fuck in. Hell yeah, Nusagi. Hi, Senior Tortillas. Yeah, Whimsy restored. Yeah, true, dude. It's like, yeah. So, here's what I'm gonna say. Here's my thoughts. Technicality. How well the document was put. I think It was unnecessarily long. Wrong. Okay, I think it was unnecessarily wrong. I get that part of the reason why they added so much pictures and like to hammer home the facts that there was no abuse, there was no manipulation was important. You know, I like to think that that's partly like true, or maybe that's partly justified, but throughout reading the whole thing, it was clear to me that some of the things were regurgitated or like not necessary. It doesn't help the case that you've already built up, right? Like it's not really good. It was why did I say wrong? Sorry, long. It was unnecessarily long. And this is important because it will affect how other people will perceive it. Some people will think that having a document that fucking long is just, you know, you're basically an English student trying to fill out a lot of unnecessary words to try and impress or give the illusion of substance to your teacher or to your class. Like obviously some people might fall for that, but the people that want to pay attention obviously won't, right? I'm one of the people that want to pay attention, so that's not gonna work on me, right? I want your shit fucking concise. So womp womp. In any case, it was unnecessarily long. In terms of organization, probably not the best. Because if we... let me just... Oh, not that one. If we look at these, right? If we look at these, I think what they should have done is put the Nanoless stuff first, the Shylily stuff first, and then the Bow stuff first. The Bow stuff after. The Numi, the Silvervale, and the Breakdown, like all of these should have been like spaced in different parts of the doc. Because I think it messes with the flow in the timeline, right? That's why a lot of people get kind of confused and why a lot of people get super like weirded out and like, what the fuck is this shit, man? It makes people not want to read it. You're doing the boomerang storytelling, and for people that are familiar with the boomerang storytelling like me, that's because I'm actually trained in like film, so I know how to recognize and understand and can easily like objectively judge boomerang storytelling. A lot of people won't see it that way, and you know, it just makes yourself look bad. Can't pictures be linked in the doc itself? Yes, actually, but that would require like making entire Google Drives and shit. Yeah. Lemao, the story structure analysis. I mean, you kind of have to, right? Like, I kind of have to. I'm a film buff, so I see that in everywhere. So, organization, not the best. Substance, though, the receipts, the logic of the doc. I, for one, think going back to Red is weird. Okay, I'm going to explain to you why I think this way. I get the perspective of going back to Red and communicating with going back to Red to try and figure out what you want to do going forward, right? Is cool and all. Like, you know, you are mature enough to see past the crimes of your former partner, and then and that one act of grace managed to give you the full context you need to come up with this doc. But did you really have to make Red your manager again? Do you really have to go back to him in a romantic sense? You know what I mean? It's like, I feel like just be friends with Red and collaborate with him to get your word out. I don't know about making him your manager still and going back in a relationship with him still. To me, that indicates, at least I'm gonna rat, to me that indicates that Cinder is actually super lonely. She was super, super lonely. They're back together? Yeah, Cinder says they're back together, yeah. Oh, okay, not Red is a beast. Oh shit, right, because fucking V card, Pokemon. Yep. Yeah. Like actual I'm lonely? Yeah, like neat lonely or something. Like we know that Cinder grew up in not necessarily in a good environment, right? Probably not in good terms with his family and shit like that. So Red is probably the only person that understood her. And that's why she went back to him. That being said, I'm not going to question or I'm not going to like discuss or rat about a person's interpersonal relationship. I personally don't give a shit. I just think it's weird. Anyway, Shylily, Nanoless receipts. Nanoless segments. Strongest. I know a lot of people will disagree with me, but I think the Nanoless segment was the strongest segment in this document. Obviously, there are flaws in Cinder's logic. Or at least I think are flaws in Cinder's logic. Like, chat, you have to understand that like my opinion and the way my thought process is not absolute, right? Like my opinion can change and will change when presented with information. And if the thought process that and if it's explained to me that my thought process is wrong, or if I later realize that I have the wrong information or like a miscontextualized information, I will easily change my mind. I'm not stubborn. I'm not going to fucking die on anyone's hill because this is a situation I don't have any stake in, right? I know some of you may not be may want to fiercely defend fiercely be against Cinder, but I also think like try to open up to the idea that maybe like some of the things Cinder said actually make sense. You know what I mean? Like I always say this in my video. Do not worship any VTuber. They're just there to take your money. You know what I mean? You always have your opinions should be flexible when new information changes. I think that's the healthy way to look at things. You can have unwavering principles, but morals I think should be gray and flexible. That's the way to live life. I'm young, I'm 23 years old, and I've experienced enough bullshittery from the Philippines and life, the things I had to go through in order to make that decision, right? To be humbled, to form the conclusion and the, to know my place in the world and that I'm not like, I'm not under really any authority. And I'm never going to claim that on anyone. But I want you guys to think about that too. So, I want you guys to be open-minded because I do think the Nanoless segment was the strongest segment. I think the receipts were solid. A lot of them were solid at least. And I am just going to wait until Nanoless responds or just somehow tries to explain that part there. In fact, because I want to contest this, let's look at Nanoless's segment. Okay, let's look at Nanoless's segment. Nanoless Cinder drama. Let's actually look at through her entire thing, just so we can have a fuller picture of what had happened. Nanoless Stan was dubious ever since the Kevin drama. Like, I get not liking the guy, but that was clearly getting rid of competition. Senior Tortillas, thank you for the super chat. I don't remember a lot of what happened to the Kevin drama, actually. I just remember that, we've just read it, but like, she bitched and whined about that. She bitched and whined about Kevin being so weird and not knowing how to do her job properly. And you know what? Part of me actually agrees. The Who's Kevin? Oh, he's a popular rigger. It was mentioned in the doc. Anyway, let's go through like Kevin's shit. Nanoless's shit. I want to experience my experience with Sinder and Red manipulating me, using me, and dragging me into drama while sabotaging, slandering lies about people I thought were her closest friends. Not only do I want to work with her, but I want to share what I've endured over the years. Okay. I struggled a lot writing this document because I wasn't sure if what I experienced or felt working was real or just burnt out, but I think this just proved I was lied to and manipulated. Okay. Slandering other creators. Okay, this was true. This part was true. Redacted did shit talk other people, other creators, because they like to gossip. They like to they have a very banterful kind of dynamic. So this is true. I can't contest that. Red asked me to cancel on one of their closest friends, Bao, by asking me to cancel my work mid-progress, manipulating me into thinking it is okay since she was many connections and she'll be fine. Based on what we saw from Sinder's document, do we think that this is true? I'm gonna guess a lot of your answer is no. Because Red didn't actually ask Red didn't actually ask Nano to do that. She wanted to cancel on Bao herself. Right? We saw that. Sure, we could play with the idea that because Nano was like guilted and like manipulated into the thinking that her worth or her value as a rigger will be worth less if she took that job. We could make that argument, but I think that argument is weak if Nanoless continued to take more work afterwards, right? In the exclusivity and blacklisting other creators. In the messages below, they wanted an exclusivity contract but didn't want to pay for exclusivity. But rather, when a creator from their blacklist comes asking for a commission, they would guarantee me model work for Cinder only. We also saw that Nanoless was the one that initiated this. Right? We also saw, without a shadow of the doubt, that Nanoless was the one that initiated, hey, what if you do this? And because that was like a business-wise beneficial thing for Cinder and Red, of course they'd take that offer. Right? So that's why I think that was super strong. The question would be whether or not Bao, Shylily, and other people knew about this. This is where Cinder thinks that no, they don't. That Nanoless intentionally omitted information. What's the next claim? Okay, yeah, the Shylily stuff. Hate boner against Shylily. The idea that they need to stay informed and gauge the competition is extremely toxic to me. Okay, so to this, I actually can agree with Nanoless here. I think Nanoless did actually try to establish a boundary, especially when they started initially talking about Silvervale and how Nanoless was like uncomfortable with the Silvervale talk. Yes, Nanoless did intentionally cancel Silvervale, but I'm also inclined to agree that they only did that because of Red's prior comment about her model being like lessening or the worth of her shit. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that you know what I mean. Yeah. Okay, yeah, she did do this. You did push it. I did know that. What's this? Concerning my work and models as a team, another example of going after other clients of mine before claiming that having more clients alongside me makes my work less special, with the recurrence of it's just it's just business. Manipulating me into believing that working with her is special for multiple reasons, that I risk losing that special something as a client if I prefer to work with others. No acknowledgement of my reasoning and need to work with other clients due to the nature of my work. Yeah, we already went through this. Yeah, we already went through this. This is simply, like I said, right? I don't know. I disagree that this is actually kind of what happened. Damage control. Yeah, I remember that. Oh, that's a whole doc. Okay, that's the whole doc. Yeah, okay. There we go. There we go. Yeah. That's why I think Nano is that's why I think Nano's segment was the strongest in the document. I genuinely do agree that she is the first domino. So, the next one. The next segment is, which one is it? Bao. Okay, Bao. Bao. The funniest. I think. Oh, Victor, thank you for the super chat. If this doc's true, it should have gone through lawyers. Owning GG shares means legal duty. Wouldn't be surprised if it's to pull info from Silver or Shylily. The level of unprofessional. To be honest, I can't talk about like the legality of things. It's not something I think I understand, so I can't talk too much about it, right? Yeah. I truly can't. But I do agree. Anyway, Bao's segment is the funniest. Red is having a super weird hate boner for Bao just being herself would be so hilarious if it didn't cause so much trouble. That's what I think. I do think, look, we can talk all we want about how Nanoless omitting information led to the disaster, but I also think that Red having this schizo meltdown over Bao for the simplest thing actually contributed to the deep-seated issue that Sinder may have had with other creators, right? Because, like, think about it this way, right? Red hates these particular people, which not just includes Bao, by the way, sorry. Doesn't just Bao, but also, like, Spite and, what's-her-face, Silvervale. His deep-seated hate for these people, for, like, simple, petty reasons, can influence the, can influence Cinder's, behavior and direction and interactions with them. And those behavior, interactions, and, like, perceptions towards these VTubers can generally influence future problems. If you think about it, all at the same time, if Silvervale just wasn't as if Cinder wasn't didn't become as business autistic as Red, or wasn't like influenced by his absolute schizophrenia, she might not have actually neglected people. She might have actually been a better friend. She might actually have started communicating with other people rather than just letting the behind the scenes rot and behind the scenes like disagreement and hatred to fester. You know what I mean? I think that is just as big as a contribution to Nanoless's like omitting of information. That is why I think it is generally a bad business idea to still have Red around. Because if I was an agency or a company and I know that I am communicating with fucking Cinder via this person, I have to fucking watch out. I have to step on eggshells to make sure I say the right things. I have to placate them just so fucking Red doesn't communicate the wrong information over to Cinder and have Cinder hate me. That's how bad it is. Like, it might feel small, but it's not. It's a butterfly effect. That small thing leads to bigger consequences in the future. Right? Like, that's why, like, yeah, just because it's funny doesn't... it is funny, don't get me wrong, it is funny, but it is genuinely troublesome. And that's why I think, like, that, like, yeah, sure, Red apologized for it, but until we see in the future how it can develop, I still think Red is bad for her brand. I genuinely do think so. I genuinely do think that. Let me drink some water real quick. That's what I think, chat. That's what I think. Anyway, I hope you understand that, right? Next one is the V-Card Numi concert. Okay. V-Card Numi segment. How do I want to say this? For the most part, this was good. This was a relatively decent segment for Sinder. I think she admits that she was wrong, that she did in fact choose business over her friend. She tried to make it up because she genuinely felt guilty, but like she acknowledges that she fucked up. Numi was genuinely her friend, X, Y, and Z. Right? Like, yeah. This was just additional context. I don't know if I will consider it like a core part of the drama though. Shylily. Ooh, okay. Shylily. Okay. Shylily segment. This was more of the speculative part of the drama. I don't know if I can take everything that Sinder said at face value, because she even admits that a lot of it is speculative, right? Like a lot of the sentences that she said in that segment is like, I believe, I think, and she even marks it out as like speculation. And good for her, right? Like she marks a lot of the things that she thinks that she doesn't have proof as speculation. So that's good, right? But I don't know how to feel about it because I don't know. Some of the things make sense and some of them don't, right? At least in my head. So it's speculative for now. It's interesting. You can call it interesting 100%. Like food for thought, you know, it's fascinating to see if that a VTuber is genuinely like this, right? But I genuinely don't know. I don't know how to feel about it. The next part, the breakdown. Okay, so the breakdown. It's also speculative and pours her heart out. I think this was where she poured her heart out. This was where she absolutely like went ham and fucking tried to address and regard fucking everything everyone was saying about her. And like I said, some of them make sense. Some of them doesn't. Some of them feels like a reach. Some of them feels like the logic was less of a priority than the emotions. Stuff like that. Nosagi, Shylily and Silvervale being friends might be something to think about. I wonder if Sinder thinks they were working together now. I mean, it's hard to say if they started doing that before the organization or only started doing that like after, right? Like I have no idea. Like it's hard to say. It's hard to say for now. Is all I'm saying, because again, Shylily does not Shylily. Sinder does admit that a lot of the parts here are speculation. So as much as I appreciate that, because as much as I appreciate the warning, because it's a bunch of speculation, I can't necessarily take a lot of what she says or says at face value. Silvervale. Oh my god, the Silvervale. Silvervale. Funny. Silvervale was also funny. Fucking painting her out as this fucking ultimate manipulator was the funniest shit ever. I don't know if it's true, but I don't know how to summarize it because there is so much spite here. Like they just those two people, I think, here's my opinion. I think Silvervale and Silvervale and Sinder hate each other for the same petty reason. That they had like history on like being copied and that their fan bases harassed each other for looking similar, I do think Sinder came off a little desperate, but like fucking calling Silvervale the ultimate manipulator and the ultimate crocodile tears. Bro is basically factorizing a factory of fucking crocodile tears and shit. Like, that was so funny to me. Womp, hard to say. Yeah, hard to say. It's kind of weak. Oof. I'm gonna say it's an oof. More importantly, how would this affect Shylily and Silvervale stocks? Oh, actually, let's okay. Here's what I said. Here's what I think. I think this won't change any opinions if you already have pre-existing ones. Right? If you are super hardcore fuck Sinder, I don't think it's gonna change your mind. If you are super hardcore fuck Shylily and friends, I don't think it's gonna change your mind. Right? And the reason why is because there are good parts of the segment and good parts in the document. There are strong parts in the document and very weak parts of the document. One side is gonna point out the strong part to justify their belief and their siding of that part, but disregard the weak part, right? And they're gonna do that to each other. That's why, look, this is why I keep telling you, chat, ultimately do not cement yourself to a certain side, no matter what. It will actually close your mind to literally everything. Absolutely everything. My ultimate opinion here is that both parties were being bitches, just that Sinder decided to drop the mask and burn bridges. Well, I mean, technically... Well, I mean, if we want to be technical, Shylily and Co. Shoot their shot, and Sinder decided to hit back months later. And both documents, and all the documents rather, paint both parties with receipts as kind of shitty people. Right? And maybe not even necessarily shitty people. People with big flaws. Right? Insecurity, fear, jealousy, the need to protect, self-preservation, all of that, they are very, very human emotions. I won't and I cannot blame anyone for feeling that way. I truly cannot. The moment, though, that you start hurting other people because and justify all sorts of things to satiate those things, those fears, no, absolutely not. Everyone is like talking about it. Yeah, Kid Loco, everyone absolutely is. If Nano doesn't release who wrote the docs, then it's likely Shylily, since she is still the one paying her, right? Hard to say. I say that because, again, I also see the idea that Shylily and friends, like, you know, Nanoless might also respond. Yeah. They might all just respond too. Lastly, wait, which is the last one? No, sorry. Aru and Spite. Aru, Spite. Not really relevant. And not really relevant. TBH, I didn't care. Is that wrong? Is that bad? Am I a bad person for saying that? I didn't care about the Aru and Spite segments. Like I said, I have to admit, chat, I didn't read the Spite segment. It was genuinely a hard read. I couldn't sit through it. Yeah. So, that is where we ultimately find ourselves in. Whether or not you are going to like Cinder and, you know, Red after this is going to be up to you. Do I think they're gonna build a better community? Well, I mean, if you look at it at the on the more positive side, at least the people that are actually gonna be friends with them are their real friends, in the sense that they're the friends that has stuck with Cinder all the way, the whole time. And they're not like cloud chasers, they're not blah 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 blah. Cinder will actually have real friends because everyone else is gonna be filtered because of the volatility of her brand and drama. She's essentially blacklisted. And part of me sympathizes with that. So that's a positive, right? But in general, do I think this changes a lot? I mean, if you think the Nanoless segment changes a lot of things, then maybe. Me personally, no, not really. Cause in my opinion, even before Shylily and co started like painting Silvervale as this fucking evil manipulating mastermind XYZ, right? I don't really debase a human being that bad unless they actually commit a heinous crime, like rape or like sexual assault or something like that. I always am gonna assume that some form of miscommunication happened, or they have some circumstances behind the scenes that led to that sort of thing, and that they can never explain it. Or they could be mentally ill. One of those three. All three of them could be right. So, what actually, if the case here is that both party were just being bitches, then that doesn't really change my opinion on things. It's more of the same thing. It's just that now we have proof that we have like we have some breadcrumbs and some proof that Nanoless was actually omitting facts. And that's it. Hamelin's Razor? What's Hamelin's Razor? I've never heard of that. Oh, okay. I thought it was like some... I was... Okay. How much do you think this will affect them until this whole drama blows? I mean, fucking Shylily and friends are preparing for TwitchCon. So I'm gonna... And again, I think that's intentional. I think Cinder did release it this near during convention days to actually fuck with them. And to like, you know, fucking give them the fucking backhanded thing, like give them a little taste of their own medicine. But, yes. I do think that was kinda, yeah. Hanlon's Razors is an adage or rule of thumb that states never attribute malice that what is adequately explained by stupidity. Oh, yeah, no. Okay, so that's what it's called. I actually live by that rule, Uves, and yeah. I actually live by that rule. Like, until I see actual evidence of actual malice, then I'm going to just assume you're just stupid. Or that you're just, you know, something just happened in your life that led to you going through that path. Right? Like, I'm not... A lot of people will think that I am easily emotionally manipulated. But I don't think I am. I like to think I just want to see the good in people, right? Or I want to believe that people are capable of doing good things, even if like 8 times out of 10 they won't. Shylily was caught allegedly viewbotting. Wait, what? What? Oh, if you're talking about this, then I've seen this. I don't know. Is that relevant? I don't know if that's relevant right now. I mean, doesn't everyone do that? In Twitch, sort of, but at the same time, it's kind of weird. But at the same time, fuck, what is that noise? Yeah, it actually just doesn't really matter to me, TBH. Like, I don't, like, at least relevant towards this particular drama. I don't know if that's relevant. But it's okay. Thank you for telling me, though. Oh, it's okay, Spice. It's okay. You're good, buddy. The only thing that changed my mind was Nano's part. The rest, IDC. Okay. So, here is where I want to let you guys... I want to ask you guys... I want to ask you guys what you think. Okay? I want to ask you guys what you think. I'm going to make a poll. Because I it's also like for study reasons. Like I want statistics reasons. I'm going to assume that most of you guys are like more level-headed than the average fucking Twitter retard. Or the average fucking Reddit hive mind. Or the ADHD-stricken fucking YouTube Shorts watcher. So, I am going to... Where is my... Start a poll. Okay. Did your mind... Do you hate... Oh, how do I want to phrase this? Is Sinder vindicated? Okay, I want to know what you guys think. Let me at him. Hey chat, fucking, you guys were better than the average retard, but you couldn't still be retard, you know what I mean? Just because you're less retarded doesn't mean you're still retarded, if that makes sense. Holy shit. It's a spectrum? Can we hear Okay, no. Okay, let me end the poll. Let me change the poll into something else. Do you start QA? Oh, no, sorry. Who is in the bad in this situation? Shylily and Co. Sinder and Co. And both sucks. Okay, there we go. Because obviously, guys, this situation I think is more nuanced than I think, rather. Yeah. I swear to God, I hope I will never encounter a fucking Google Doc like this ever again. I pray to God I don't, chat. I genuinely don't want to. Because like, holy fuck, I'm dying. Okay. Okay, so I guess, well, I mean... votes are still coming in, but it seems like the overwhelming sentiment is that both suck. Of all things to bring you back, it's this. Actually, Sydney Adnopos, thank you for the push about though. Actually, I intended to come back in October 15th. My members know this, the ones that are still subscribing to my YouTube channel. My members know this, but I actually intended to come back this month. But because this happened, it's like, you know, wow, I could not find the perfect time to come back. You know what I mean? Like, goddamn. This shit shouldn't have reached the public and then handled in private. Oh yeah, no, I agree. Oh, by the way, since you guys are here, I'm going to make a live. I'm going to show you guys one of my, like, exclusive series. Okay? Because this is in relation to the... Wait, fuck. Do I want to do that? When do I want to do that? Okay. Fuck, no. For context, chat, for context, I just uploaded the first episode of an exclusive series on my membership. And the first episode is unironically this one, the Sinder drama, but without this new document. That's why you can genuinely fucking say that before before this stream happened, I was genuinely on the side of fuck Sinder, right? But obviously after Cinder's response, it's like, oh, it's actually more complicated than we thought. Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, if you guys wanna subscribe again, or rather become a membership again, it's like, you know, it's free for now. It's free. Okay, it's not necessarily free. Right now, it's only... My membership is very cheap right now, but next month, I'm probably gonna raise it. And I'm gonna raise it because, because it's an exclusive series, I want my paying members to actually feel like they're getting what they paid for. Like, I don't want to scam them. You know what I mean? Oh, shit! Comfy box with the fucking save, dude. Okay. Well, everyone that fucking got a membership, say thank you to Comfy Box. You just got yourself a free video. You can quite literally go to my membership tab right now after I stream and watch it. Like my TLDR. Yep. And then next week is gonna be the episode 2 of that series, so you know. Oh shit, fucking Zephyr on Augusto P, thank you for the memberships, dude. I'm being showered right now. Holy shit. I'm supposed to be like announcing a lot of this during my return stream, like 3 days from now. So but I guess we're pre-coming a little early. You know what I mean? So that means that Sinder is worse than the Mikineko drama. Maybe. Is my mod getting... Hey, Pan, are you getting... Is mod fucking not hitting? Rick Owo again with the fucking 50. Holy shit, you guys are throwing it like... You guys are throwing it. Throwing money around. That's great. No, that's cool. That's cool, chat. That is so good for you. I hope you guys enjoy my... whatchamacallit? I hope you guys enjoy my TLDR video, and I will post another one this week or next week. Next week, I will upload a video on the 15th, and like I said, we're gonna get rolling. I can't wait to share my plans with you guys. Shiraklud Shooks, thank you so much. Victor, thank you so much for joining. Yeah, baby. Kid Loco, thank you so much for joining. Comfy Glocks again with another 50. Holy shit, you guys are so kind. Womp womp. Yeah. Now I wanna... Oh, Powder said something? Umapuyoy. Sinder versus Mikineko, the Rocky 4 type of... True, TBH. How do I join the green club too? You press the join button somewhere on my subscription box. What did... Hello, I personally hurt others. This was for me. I feel like it's... Dude, sometimes, right? Sometimes this girl throws out bangers. I don't know her. I vaguely recall some drama around her. I actually forgot. But sometimes I see her on my feed. I see her shit post and I fucking lose it. Yeah. Okay. So, like, I think this is it. Who else is? I want to see. Actually, wait. Here's what we're gonna do. No, shut up. Sinder. Sorry. Sinder VTuber. Sinder VTuber. Let's look at your shit. Okay. Let's look at her comments. Lol, nano, lol. Yeah. Okay. Oh shit. Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, sorry. My OBS is getting fucked. Oh, sorry, not my. Yeah, my OBS is getting fucked, so I'm lagging a little bit. Hold on. So I wanna see which people commented here. Let's see. 1,000 pages and you missed your point. They hate you because you are a two-faced, shitty, backstabbing friend, in their words, and no amount of context and Google Docs will undo that betrayal. In the sense, what's the TLDR version? Oh, nobody has a TLDR version. Damn, that's rough, buddy. Unironically, chat, no big VTuber commented and gave her support. Wow, that sucks. Holy shit. I wonder if fucking like... I wonder what her career is gonna look like. What's her career gonna look like, man? Like, who's she gonna collab with? Like, it's so obvious. Like, nobody wants to touch this. Nobody, at least, that's been already, like, blacklisted in the industry wants to touch this. And, like, actively comment. So that gives me the impression that she's fully blacklisted. Nobody wants to collab with her. She's, or maybe not necessarily nobody. Obviously, there are gonna be some indies, some very, very small indies that wants to maybe take advantage of that situation, you know, fucking Cinder stocks go up, so they have to buy the stock in order to eventually make Cinder stocks go up. Shit like that. Yeah. Gunpei collab coming. Holy shit, imagine, fucking what's his fucking name? The girl that faked suicide. Fuck, Prima made a video about her. What's her name? Yeah, Amari. That girl, Amari's Blue, something like that. Blue, Aster, fucking Gunpei, fucking everyone's gonna fucking collab with her. Holy shit, amazing. Amiari, fuck, Blue, whatever. Oh man. We need a gen of evil VTubers. I guess unironically gen VTubers, right? Oh shit. Why does this do that? Oh, Valentina Ringo, do you sympathize with Cinder's defense after this 100-page work? Keck. I see. Holy shit! D suffers! Welcome to the stream, by the way. Imagine if I... No, fuck, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that because I'm gonna feel bad. Right? Like, would it be cool to collab with Cinder? Yes. But I'm going to be, like, shitposting throughout this whole time, and she doesn't deserve that. You know, like... Yeah. Like, we'd just be shitposting each other. Unless Cinder's, like, okay talking about it and, like, shitposting about it, and she can also shitpost me in turn. You know, she could, like, refer to my past experiences and my fucking... the bad... Like, we can banter. That would be funny. Fuck, you know who I want to do that with? I want to do that with Filion. Imagine Filion and I do that. That would be kind of cute. But I guess like big VTubers won't necessarily like do that, you know. Third wheel her and red. Fuck, I've been the cuck chair is what you're saying. Fuck. Actually, I don't mind because I'm not a cuck. What is that? What is that sound effect? Stop it. Okay, ratio a little bit. Yeah. Shit posting with the fuck, a gun run. Holy crap, I wanna collab with gun run so bad, dude. I wanna do that. Aren't you into that? NTR? Yes, actually. I don't want to be the one getting cucked, but I like the porn. Oh yeah, no, Dragby, I'm aware. I know my limits. He disappeared? Wait, me? Wait, did something happen? Oh, okay, never mind. Never mind. I left for 2 hours, so what's the rundown of the doc? Don't worry. I will have a part-by-part summary of, like, literally the entire document. I will have a separate segment for the fucking everything. Like, literally everything, chat. I will have segments for everything. So don't worry. Just wait for it on the other channel, right? And, you know, yeah. Just watch those if you don't want to, like, watch the other, catch up to the whole stream. I don't mind. Besides, I need to do that in the first place because you damn well know I will make another episode of Google Docky after this. Now, that being said, that will be all for now, chat. Thank you for coming into the stream. Thank you all for coming with me. And I appreciate you all coming. I really do. I hope we learned a very important lesson here today, chat. And that is I also say it in my Google Docky video, actually. Always assume that the information you tell other people or the shit talks that you mention to other people will always leak. Always assume that the things you say will be used against you. Just remember that, and you're gonna get fucked. Thank you, Rockin' Sockem. Despite the fact that all parties are shitty, it's upsetting to see the court of public opinion immediately shun and beat her when she tries to give out a real response. They were always gonna hate her no matter what. Yeah, no, exactly. That's what I said, right? That's what I said. This won't change any opinions if you already have pre-existing ones. Yep. So that will be it for me now, chat. And again, thank you for all the super chats. Thank you for all the memberships. I super appreciate it. After this stream, you can go ahead and watch my Google Docky video. Just so you can have like a very, 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 very quick TLDR of what had happened. Okay. So, I'm gonna end the poll. I have my answer now. So, bye-bye. Bye-bye, chat. See you on the next stream. See you on the next stream. Yeah. Yeah. Womp womp. Well, hold on. See you on the next stream. But on the next stream, for the people that aren't members, we're also gonna probably have a live broadcast of Google Docky. We're going to explain the first shit. It's explaining basically the shit that happened in the first Sinder drama. And like how terrible everything was. Like how holy shit. That was such a bad response for her. But yes. Anyway.